This meeting of the Board of Supervisors for January 28th for Monterey County. Let the record reflect that all members of the board will be present today. Currently sitting on the dais is Supervisor Askew, Supervisor Church, and myself, with Supervisor Daniels and Alejo joining us shortly. So at this time, I'm going to turn to council to see if we have any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda.
No additions or corrections, Chair.
All right, given that, we have items A through D on this closed session agenda. Is there any member of the public who wishes to make comment on our closed session agenda this morning? Come on forward to the dais. We'll give you 2 minutes to share your comments.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Lopez. I'm here to address item 1 on the WRA closed session this morning.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Awesome.
One more second. Okay, do I have any hands up via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and recess the board to closed session on these items. And with that, we're going to go ahead and open up the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency, calling to order with the same note that all members will be present today, with Supervisor Askew, Church, and myself on dais now, with the others joining shortly. I'm going to turn to council to see if we have any additions or corrections to this closed session agenda.
No additions or corrections.
Okay, seeing none, we have one item, and we'll welcome public comment now. Please come forward and share your comments.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Lopez, supervisors, and members of the public and staff. I'm Rem Scherzinger. I'm the general manager for the Marina Coast Water District. We serve 41,000 people in Monterey County, 4 cities, 2 universities, federal and state entities. We're also I'm also the general manager for the Marina Coast Groundwater Sustainability Agency, with GSPs in the 18400 and the Monterey Subbasin. I'm here this morning only to discuss or to talk to WRA closed session item number 1. Over the last 4 years, I can say that Water Resources Agency and the Marina Coast Water District have worked hand in hand to resolve and work on water supply issues here in the county, both for our constituents, but also for the greater region as a whole. Regarding 1A, it's the district wish that we would move forward on projects and spend our time, resources, and energies on future projects, clearly maintaining our current water supply, enhancing our water supply, and developing future water supply, as the district has done with Pure Water Monterey, as we continue to do with Pure Water Monterey expansion and ASR. So it's with this, Marina Coast, we would love to work together, and we continue to work together, and thank you for your time and consideration on item number 1.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to make comment on the Water Resource Agency closed session agenda items this morning? Seeing no hands up via Zoom, nobody coming forward in the room, we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session. We'll reconvene here in chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Hi, Anna. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
I can hear you perfectly. I'm going to promote you over to a panelist, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
And you have the little saying that we need to say for the interpreter?
Let me see. I was looking for it, to be honest, at this moment.
Let me
Let me see, but I'm pretty sure I do have it.
Okay, I'll look for it too right now, but let me put you over to or maybe you are a panelist already. Oh, you are a
I
panelist.
think
Okay.
I am.
I'm going to rename you real quick, and then I'll look for it real quick too to see if I can find it for you.
Okay, thank you, Valerie.
Thank you, Anna.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. At this time, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, with Supervisor Church joining us shortly. At this time, I'm going to ask the Spanish interpreter to announce her services. I believe she's with us via Zoom.
Yes. Buenos días. Hola, soy Ana Rueda de Vidales y voy a ser su intérprete para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor anúncialo antes de que usted comience su intervención. Por favor, con el fin de interpretar claramente su comentario, hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarme que tenga la oportunidad de interpretar. Por favor, no interrumpas mientras estoy hablando. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Ana. With that, I'm going to lead us in the pledge and ask actually if former supervisor, the judge, Phillips, wouldn't mind leading us this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
There is a revision to item number 13 under appointments for Jacqueline Simon. A revised notification to the clerk was received. Also, there's a revision to item number 14 under appointments for Ricardo Diaz. A revised notification to the clerk was received. And finally, there's a correction to item number 17 under the scheduled matters for the Sheriff's Office. The Truth Act was set on the Board of Supervisors agenda at 10:30. However, the noticing stated it would be heard on the board's agenda at 1:30. Therefore, the Truth Act will be called at 10:30 to announce that it will be trailed until the afternoon at 1:30 to be heard.
To make sure that reaches as many people as possible, I want to make sure folks know we will be hearing the Truth Act presentation at 1:30 today. We'll be re-announcing that when the time comes on the agenda, when it was scheduled on the agenda this morning, but 1:30 will be the time for that presentation. So at this time, I've got ceremonial resolutions in front of me. I'm going to see if there's a member of this board who wishes to comment on ceremonial resolutions. See now, I'll go out to the public, invite for those joining us via Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, in order to be recognized. All right, seeing no hands going up, is there a motion to approve our ceremonial resolutions? He has comments, but I'm going to invite him up during the presentation along with Brian to make a few comments. I've got a motion. I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. So at this time, I'm going to head down and do the first presentation, which is to our friends from First Five celebrating their 25th anniversary. If they'll join me down front. First Five rolls deep. So I see standing up with us today our current First Five board, staff, but also legacy, those folks who have been part of the team for the 25 years that we're celebrating today. 25 years of families impacted, young children having stronger starts and really getting the start they deserve in Monterey County. And I'm just so grateful for each and every one of you and the piece that you've put in to make this possible. It's been an honor in my time to spend 6 years with First Five as a supervisor, and I want to thank my colleagues for giving me that honor to sit there on behalf of this board. But this commission took tobacco tax dollars and made sure to invest them in our young people to make sure that they had the strongest start possible at life from ages 0 to 5, where we know the vast majority of the brain is developed. It's taken a team, and this group has allowed the community to lead, right? These are folks who have put forward the community voice first and allowed them to tell us what they believe is best, backed it by science, evaluated it, validated it, and made sure that we lifted up the youngest voices in our community. And so with that, I want to ask Francine to come forward and share a few words on behalf of the team at First Five as we celebrate 25 years of First Five in Monterey County.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. It's been such an honor to be here as the Executive Director for First Five Monterey County and to see the growth and the work that we've been able to do in the community with the support of the community itself, as you mentioned. And actually one of our commissioners, Karen Lewis, is going to also say a few words. You're as chair. We've really appreciated you as chair of the commission and look forward to that continuing as well. And then also our vice chair, Karen Lewis, is going to say a few words to thank everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Francine. And I want to thank Chair Lopez and our Board of Supervisors today for this incredible honor and the opportunity to be here with this amazing team. There has been 25 years of incredible dedication and commitment to improving the lives of children and families. This dedication has been both creative and innovative. It's been led with bold leadership, thanks to our Executive Director, Francine Rod, and all of the other amazing community leaders that you see here today who have really spent years of dedication making sure that we can lift up families and provide equitable services where we know that the challenges and the constraints are the greatest. And so by providing those supports to children and family in those youngest years, we know that that investment carries with us for a lifetime. So I'm really proud to be here today and just to be a part of this. And I'm also very proud of the incredible work that the First Five team has done throughout Monterey County and throughout each one of our communities. Thank you to each one of you. We're very proud of the work that's been done.
Thank you, Karen. Round of applause. I forgot to do the official part of actually handing over the resolution. So with that, it's my honor to present you with the resolution honoring 25 years of First Five impacts in Monterey County. Can we get a group photo? Yes. We got to kind of turn. Oh, Claudia, sorry.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Claudia Gomez, and on behalf of Door to Hope, I'm grateful to stand here and recognize the years of partnership we have had with First Five Monterey County. This moment not only represents a milestone, but also a testament to the power of collaboration and shared vision. Your work has created lasting impacts through innovative programs that support families, empower parents, and nurture the youngest members of our society during their most critical years. It's not just the work of First Five, but also their belief and vision for a community that has been the backbone of our success. Beyond every program is a work to impact individual lives, children who now have bright futures, and families who feel supported and seen. These stories remind us of the power of this work and its ripple effects on the entire community. Although we know we are in heavy times, we also know that there is opportunity in the next 25 years because we're doing this work together. This partnership with First Five Monterey County has been a privilege and a joy, and we look forward to building this legacy of impact together. Thank you.
Did I miss anyone, Francine? All right. Let's see. Are we all in the photo? No? You got to get in here, too. Come on.
And maybe like some of the people from that.
And Elsa, former commissioner, you're not going to be behind a camera. Get up here. Come on.
Hey, everybody.
Well, we'll find someone. Rocio, you mind helping us out? Thank you.
Can you get everybody? You guys, you need like a panel at this point.
Right in the middle, Francie. But we're all short.
I know, huh?
It's true. Almost all. Big bunch of shorties.
Yeah.
Squish him. Squish. Good job. Oh, you're okay. You can stand.
Okay. Oh, wait, one more.
One final comment as they walk away. What you're seeing up here is the fact that nobody ever leaves the First Five family. Even though we might let you go, we send you out kind of like a scout into the community to continue the work. So thank you all for remaining connected to our First Five family. With that, Supervisor Alejo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to First Five. What a crowd. Everyone, it is my honor now to invite a distinguished community leader here from Monterey County, John Origi, and I want to invite colleagues Gary Curcio from the Monterey County Hospitality Association, and our beloved retired judge and our colleague from the Board of Supervisors, John Phillips, to join me. And if Roxanne wants to join us as well, come on up for this presentation. Come on up.
Let's bring up Brian and Randy as well. They want to
Okay,
join.
great. Everyone, we wanted to give a proper... Right here. Before John Origi left managing Laguna Seca for the County of Monterey and our residents, we wanted to give him a proper thank you and a proper recognition in front of the community and in front of the Board of Supervisors. So we called him back to make sure we give him the right amount of time to acknowledge him in the presence of his amazing wife and good friends here who have worked with him throughout his entire career here in Monterey County. So today, this resolution that we're presenting to John Origi is for his distinguished service and leadership at WeatherTech, Laguna Seca Raceway, and for the people of Monterey County, because he has served in many capacities. So for those that don't know John, he is a native of Gig Harbor, Washington, and John Origi graduated from Gonzaga University in Spokane, Washington. After career opportunities in Portland, Oregon, and throughout the San Francisco Bay, he eventually returned to the Pacific Northwest. In 1989, John opened a luxurious mobile 4-star Woodmark Hotel in Carrion Point in Kirkland, Washington, where he remained until moving to the Monterey Peninsula. There in Monterey Peninsula, he worked as the Vice President General Manager at the Monterey Plaza Hotel and Spa, starting in October 1993, and has over 37 years of in the hospitality industry to develop and expand that hotel's luxury profile and reputation. John was selected by the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and awarded the management contract of Laguna Seca Recreation Area in November of 2019. As President and General Manager, John took strategic steps to transition Laguna Seca Recreation Area into a profitable asset for the County of Monterey, focusing on the entire 588-acre asset, which includes WeatherTech Raceway and the recreation area. John has spearheaded the efforts to construct a new pedestrian bridge at Laguna Seca and to repave the track with the support of all my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors. But outside of his work at Laguna Seca, John has served in many capacities. He served on numerous boards, both civic and hospitality, including the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, the Visitors Bureau, Monterey Peninsula Convention and Visitors Bureau, Monterey Commercial Property Owners Association, Cannery Road Business Association, Monterey County Hospitality Association, United Way of Monterey County, the Monterey County Convention, I already said that, the Coalition of Peninsula Businesses, and the one and only Rancho Cielo here just outside of Salinas. So I just wanted to mention also in his earlier days, John always truly enjoyed his time when he coached his two sons, Anthony and Dominic, in their various sporting endeavors. He loves spending time with his lovely wife, Roxanne. They've been married for over 35 years and playing with their two dogs, Cope and Griffey, right? Doing water sports, golf, racquetball with John Phillips here. The Zags, which I just had to look up. That's Gonzaga University, the mascots, and watching the Seattle Seahawks. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and all our residents, John, we commend you and we thank you for your distinguished service and leadership at WeatherTech, Laguna Seca Raceway, and your service to the people of Monterey County. We wish you success, good health, and happiness in all your endeavors. So with that, we're going to present you the right resolution here. There you go. Congratulations, and then I'll pass the mic to your colleagues to say some words as well. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. We'll start with the judge.
Well, when Scramp failed for the second time, the assistant county administrator wanted us, the county, to take over this track. And I remember, I think it was Supervisor Aleo asked, well, how much money can we make if we're running? And the answer was, well, you can't make money on that dilapidated track. It's just a matter of how much we're going to lose. And we looked at each other and we said, well, let's look for another alternative. And we took a lot of flack when we hired John, who didn't have any experience running a track. Especially, he was a friend of mine and a friend of other people on the board. But he's a great, astute businessman, the most astute businessman I've ever met. And the track had been run by race enthusiasts, but they weren't business people. And so he took that over and he started to build and do all the deferred maintenance that had to be done, turning the campground around. It's a beautiful location, but so run down. He brought back the hospitality industry to get re-involved in the track. He brought the Indy cars over to Salinas to get Salinas involved in the track. He started all the deferred maintenance, and even he took it through COVID, and then even had an opportunity for 2 high schools or 3 high schools to do their graduation there, where they wouldn't have an opportunity where they could go and drive around the track in a car for graduation, where they wouldn't have had an opportunity before. And so, like Supervisor Alejo mentioned, the track has been repaved. It's now a Class A track and event center, and he made money for the first time in a lot of years. That track made money, and it's a successful endeavor, and had it ready to turn over to friends when they took it over. So it's a big transformation. That's the first time in 25 years that the track made money with a proper industry, and it's the greatest TOT generator for any place in the county. So the county owes him a big debt of gratitude. Thank you, my friend. So.
Well, first of all, Supervisor Alejo, thank you for not telling me that I was following the judge. You know, 5-some odd years ago, many of you will remember us standing up in front of this podium in support of John's company in taking over the raceway. And I remember specifically, I told the supervisors at the time that they could not possibly find anyone that would outwork John Narigi. And you know, I think everybody at this point would agree that I was pretty right on with that, because he brought his long days and nights from the hotel industry into the race industry. And it was not unusual, contrary to probably a little unhappiness from Mrs. Narigi, that John would be at the track on Saturdays, Sundays, sometimes 7 days a week. So I knew no one could outwork him, and I knew he would be successful. As it turns out, we were fortunate enough to be able to lend him to you for 5+ years. But now that's over. And John, as you already know from our conversations, you are back in hospitality up to your ears. Thank you for all you did for the racetrack supervisors. Thank you for believing in John and allowing that to happen. And we are very, very happy to have you back with us. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I'll take it. John, it's been a pleasure working with you and getting to know you. And you know, it hasn't been easy. You know, I always say with government, if we get out of our own way, we could probably get a lot more done on most days, and that is definitely true. Running a track in the private sector on the government dollar and with government regulations, it hasn't been easy. But you know, you brought the hill climb for the reunion. Rensport came back. We got the bridge done, the track repaved, a lot of deferred maintenance done, and it's just been a pleasure, and wish you all the best of luck.
The Department of Public Works, Facilities and Parks Division, in the years that we've operated the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and the Laguna Seca Recreation Area, you have been not just an operator for the facility, John, you have been a true partner with us. As the other speakers have said, you worked extremely long hours, and my staff and I greatly appreciate all the late evenings and hours and days on end that you would spend working with us through the county process to put on these various events, these great generators of tourist interest, and bringing people into Monterey County and rejuvenating the jewel on the Monterey Peninsula known as WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and bringing that back to our area. As the other speakers have said, and echoing their compliments, you've been an operator and partner with us through these times of bringing in these various events. As Brian mentioned, bringing back the reunion, as well as the Laguna Seca Start-Finish Bridge project, making that a world-class track, as well as a much enhanced pedestrian and bicyclist bridge for our patrons who want to attend the facility. And with that, you've been a big part of the county being able to get a concession agreement with the Friends of Laguna Seca. It's a huge step forward for the county. It opens up many doors, and we look, excuse me, we look forward to the continued partnership with them. Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo and Board of Supervisors, for bringing the ceremonial resolution forward for Mr. Narigi. It's a great token of appreciation for all that you've done, and we look forward to the bright future ahead, that Friends that you were a part of, bringing that forward, and once again, keeping that going, bringing in the tourism, bringing in people to our area, and hopefully being able to bring in that additional income that can be put back to the other county parks. So thank you very much, John, and thank you very much, Board of Supervisors.
Okay, now we'll hear from the man himself.
Thank you, Supervisor Luis. I wrote down a few items. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Leo for bringing this forward, and the members of the board, which would also include the retired Supervisor Adams and my dear friend, Judge Phillips. The last 5 years have been an exceptional run for Laguna, which took a partnership with the support of the supervisors, county staff, and especially the Parks and Public Works team. And the great team I had at Laguna. Sadly, none of them could make it today, but it's a team of 31 full-time people that worked the place for 5 years, and they were awesome. I am proud to say we left Laguna in a much better place than what I inherited back in December of 2019. The capital investment provided for the bridge and resurface track, the parks and track revenue increase, the overall improved guest experience involving races, and our community events. I believe we also reintroduced Laguna to more of the county with pre-race events held in Salinas the last 3 years. The economic impact on the county and local community was restored, and I'm proud to say 4 years out of 5, the business was profitable, earning back a very positive reputation. I know it was profitable because Jessica did the books, and Jessica's always to the penny. The future path is bright for Laguna. Friends with the required capital investment will address Laguna's needs and should provide a long, successful run for your world-renowned historic track. The Laguna team accomplished what we set out to do, with the very last goal being to secure private capital to take the park and track into the future. I personally want to thank the Laguna team and all of them that were a part of that for the last 5 years. They worked endlessly. And for those of you who don't know the racing business, you basically give up your life from March 1st through the end of October because of the way the race season runs. The Laguna Seca Volunteer Association and the 24 service clubs who annually gave up their summers to work tirelessly to support our team. I want to give a special thanks to Randy Ishii, Brian Flores, Jessica, and Les Gerard. This was a true partnership. Ross Merrill and Bruce Canepa for coming forth and working close to 2 years to make Friends a reality. And my wife, Roxanne, who rarely saw me in the last 5 years, but she never missed a race, and she became a loyal supporter of the racing industry. Supervisors, thank you again for your support in this very special recognition. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
So now, John, thank you very much for your great leadership. We have much to thank. We want to invite Roxanne, and we can give Javi your phone so we can take it with both cameras here. Maybe squeeze in a little bit. All right. Thank you very much.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John.
All right, last but not least, I'm going to ask Ezekiel to come forward. As you make your way forward, Ezekiel, I'll share that yesterday I got accosted in a first 5 meeting, which never happens. Somebody said, "Where's Ezekiel going?" And so I had to set the record straight. And it was talked about in that room what a champion you are for so many beyond the county family who see you as somebody who's fought for their needs and making sure that their agency needs are met. And as I looked over this resolution, the one that always stands out to me the most was the one talking about family, right? It talked about Finn, it talked about your sons, Armando, Marco Antonio, your daughter, Mavy, and even your fur babies. But big picture, 20 years of service to our communities, almost 15 here at Monterey County. You've given so much to us, and the work that you've done after getting your master's at the New York Institute of Technology and you're doing your undergrad at Cal East Bay has been true service to Monterey County and all of its residents. I want to thank you. I know that often you were put into the position without any preparation, but you always made sure not just to swim, but to fly. And you made sure that every single partner for the county, every single member of the county family felt seen and heard in the processes of making sure our budgets got met, that our needs in terms of finance were always equivalent to the dollars we had coming in, which is not an easy balance. But we want to thank you today. We know that you're going to take on new, bigger challenges, and we congratulate you for that. But it would not be right to let you go without stopping here today and recognizing your contributions to Monterey County and all that you've done for us as residents and members of the county family and all of its far-reaching corners, including First Five, where I was accosted yesterday. So, Ezekiel, thank you for your service to Monterey County. Thank you for always putting Monterey County residents first. And thank you for your service to all of us. Thank you.
While we're waiting, if I could have Nick Chulos and Debbie Palinelli join me. And in addition to that, any department head that's in the boardroom, if you could join us as well. Elsa and Roderick. But also Francine. Yes, absolutely. Francine. And Randy. And I'd also like the budget analysts who usually do not accept the spotlight, but today I'd like you to come up also and join Ezekiel. And Rocio, that means you too. And in addition to that, I know representing our purchasing team, we have Deborah. So Deborah, if you could come up. And these are all folks that work very closely with Ezekiel, Roxanne and Richard. And I know we have our support team also here. I just want to recognize the great work that he's done and just the great human that he is and the love that he has for our county, but for public service in general. So with that, I am going to turn it over now.
Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate you being here. It is hard for me to leave this community, but really appreciate you being here. I hate doing this type of thing in public. I really don't like to be recognized or anything like that, but I really appreciate you being here in person, and I think that's all I can say today.
Oh, nice try. Call me out, I call you out. Please jump in here. Jump in here, finance managers. Everybody wants a picture with Ezekiel. Oh, wow. You got space. You're good. I'm tall enough. And I do want to give an opportunity to my colleagues to share a few words about Ezekiel as well. So we'll start with Supervisor Alejo to my right.
Thank you. I didn't want Mr. Vega leaving without hearing how much many of us on the Board of Supervisors appreciated his professionalism, his skill, his recommendations that he made to the board. One of the hardest jobs is somebody serving in his role, overlooking our county budget that has now grown to over $1.7 billion, impacts the lives of over 5,000 plus employees and the lives of all residents in our county, because that's what helps the county provide those critical services out to the community in so many different ways. Mr. Vega and I met each other back when he was working for my hometown of Watsonville. And some of the people that he worked with have now moved on to bigger and better things, including the former city manager, Carlos Palacios, now the CAO of the county of Santa Cruz. And to now see Mr. Vega take on open a new chapter in his life by going to Santa Clara County. I know it's the next challenge, and I know you're going to bring a lot to the county with everything that you've learned in both Watsonville and here. So, Ezekiel, I just want to say thank you to you and all your team for your great service to us. And it's really a beautiful thing to see that your community and your fellow employees appreciated all you did in service to the people of Monterey County. So, muchas gracias, and don't forget us back here in Monterey County, brother. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the testament, so many reasons to say thank you, Ezekiel, for what you've done for Monterey County. Our finances here, I've always felt like we're in excellent hands, and it was because of my faith and my confidence and my trust in the team that we have doing the work to recommend solid financial practices, to alert us, sometimes in budget committee, sometimes directly, of issues that were coming up. The fact that you have so many of your colleagues standing behind you right now, I think is just such a testament to the personal relationships that allow us to be effective. It really oftentimes is the ability to pick up the phone and call and say, hey, I have a question. Hey, can you explain this? Hey, heads up, I think we've got a problem. Let's work through this. That it allows us to be able to stay in front of issues and then solve them when they do come up. You've been at the center of allowing us to navigate through so many challenging budget years and setting us up to be prepared for budget challenges in the future. And I just can't thank you enough. You've made my job easier from where I sit, and we are going to feel your loss here in Monterey County, but also we will continue to feel, I think, the stability that you've set us up with here in the county into the future. But love you and appreciate you and wish you the very best as you make decisions about what happens next, and hope that you'll stay in touch with us. And yeah, we're always here. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Sure. Ezekiel, thank you. When I came on the board and trying to understand the budget, and I had questions for you, and you're always available. Make yourself immediately available, weekends, nights, whenever it was, and you're quick to respond. And whether it's basic questions or more technical questions or just oddball questions or whatever it is, you're there, and you provided a picture that was easily understood, was clear, and made my job a whole lot easier, because when you're looking at a budget of nearly $2 billion, there's a lot of questions and a lot of things to be understood about it. And you had that grasp of that. And so we're going to sorely miss that. But I know we have a staff that has worked under you, and that staff is, their qualities and their dedication to the job is what they've learned from you. So I know we're going to be in good hands because of you putting us in a good position. But I just want to really wish you well wherever you go. I know you're going to land well. No, I know you're going to do an excellent job wherever you go. And again, just thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Well, Ezekiel, it's my loss that I've never had the opportunity to work with you, but this is definitely a testament to the kind of person you are and the job that you have done here. A $2 billion budget is no joke. So I'm sorry that I didn't have the opportunity to work with you, but I wish you the best of luck, and it really sounds like where you're headed, you're going to be a tremendous asset, and that you will be missed here in Monterey County. So best of luck.
One more round of applause for Ezekiel Vega.
Make us look good over there.
All right, next up on our agenda is appointments. These are items 5 through 14. Is there any member of this board who wishes to pull an item on our appointments for comment? Supervisor Askew.
Just a brief comment. I see Robert Daniels in the back of the room here. Item number 12 is to appoint Robert Daniels to the Historical Advisory Commission for District 4. And I just wanted to acknowledge we don't often have commissioners here when their appointments are made, and wanted to just introduce and thank you for being willing to serve. We're excited to have you on board representing the district. Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Any members of the public wish to comment on items 5 through 14? See nobody coming forward, no hands up via Zoom. Is there a motion?
I'm just going to, if I could just abstain from number 14.
Okay, I've got one abstention. So let's do all but 14 at this time. Supervisor Askew, does the motion hold?
Second.
I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now separately on 14, is there a motion?
Move.
Got a motion? And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? One abstention noted. No. All right. With that, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and open the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency agenda, calling to order. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. We have one item on today is an appointment. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull the item? We'll go to public. I see Mr. Leip coming forward. Public comment on the appointment.
Monterey County resident. I thought flipping a coin back in 2019 to determine the director on the water board was bad, but this one's worse. Supervisor Church, you recently set the bar for what you expect of the SVBGSA Advisory Committee members, people who are dedicated, committed, and knowledgeable about water in Monterey County. Yet for this policy-making seat where the stakes are far higher, you're willing to accept the appointment of someone with no meaningful experience. You all claim, Chris, you claim the application was carefully considered. How can that be when it's being weighed against an application that offers just 5 sentences of vague aspirations? I spent 15 years, a quarter of my life, dedicated to water management in Monterey County. I was elected by District 3 landowners to serve as their primary Upper Valley director on the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, where I worked to craft groundwater sustainability plans that address seawater intrusion and groundwater overdraft. I've served on the Resource Conservation District, the Monterey County Farm Bureau, and the Reservoir Operations Advisory Committee, taking on real challenges and delivering real solutions. Meanwhile, the critically overdrafted 18400 subbasin is under intense scrutiny by DWR. Pumping restrictions are looming, CSIP is underbuilt and broken, and our dams are crumbling. And you're ready to entrust these issues to someone who hasn't demonstrated even a basic understanding of water policy. This isn't just about politics. It's about your duty to the people of District 3 and all of Monterey County. If my application was truly considered, as your staffer told me, the choice would be obvious. Do the right thing. Reject this inadequate appointment and demand real qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leip. Anybody else? All right, nobody in room, nobody via Zoom. We'll come back. So I'll just speak to the appointment. We did publicize this open seat. It did go out on a Water Resource Agency website and agenda. Nobody applied immediately after. I did not want the seat to go vacant. I reached out to Mr. Knatzer and asked him if he would consider serving in this role. He is the only 3rd district resident who applied for this role. I think it's critical that the representative come from the district. I know there was a campaign waged to try to get people to pressure me. Not a single farmer, not a single landowner reached out besides one who, after a brief conversation, said he was comfortable with this appointment and asked me to move forward. So just want to be transparent about that. Please keep decorum in the room. I gave you your time, now it's my time. So just want to be clear. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move this appointment. I've got a second. Any additional comments from the dais? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. With that, we're going to recess and reconvene the supervisors' agenda, Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect all members are present. We'll go to our consent calendar consisting of items 26 through 40. Anybody want to pull an item from consent?
Comment on item 38, and it can be approved with the full motion.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody in the public wish to pull an item from consent? Seeing none. I got somebody on Zoom.
Phone number ending in 705.
705, will you please let me know which item you wish to speak to?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment on item 36.
Okay, I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Anybody else? With that, we'll go to Supervisor Askew for comments on 38.
Great. 38 is a Parks Commission annual report for 2023. It's got some great information in it. The Parks Commission, which is our advisory committee consisting of representative volunteers from each of our districts, they've been working really hard to invest in our parks and working with our park staff. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the work that our Parks Commission is doing, and also to appreciate them for the annual report. It's one of those opportunities where we get to see what our commissions are doing, the great work that they've been up to. I appreciate the annual report coming back to us. We do have a policy that all of our commissions are invited and expected to bring reports back to the board annually so that we can be kept apprised of what they're working on and what they'd like our support with in the coming year. So just wanted to say thank you for the report. Keep up the great work and look forward to seeing additional annual reports from all of our county commissions. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. I see a response from staff, so we'll go ahead and go to Brian Flores of Parks.
Thank you, Supervisor. And my apologies for the tardiness of this report due to staffing and some other issues, we weren't able to get this out by July 31st. But the 24 report is underway, and that will be on time. So the same thing with the Fish and Game, item number 36.
Mr. Flores, with that, we'll go to the public for ending in 705 for item 36. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. Is this concerning the California Fish and Game receiving advisory? Hello?
We're here. This is your time for public comment. I'm trying to pull up the item that you're...
Yes.
Yes, it is.
It is 36.
36.
Okay. Yeah, okay. My comment is I think it's imperative to examine more closely the science of the Department of Fish and Game and Wildlife. They do many wonderful things, of course, but their science is sometimes intermingled with industry's interests, and that worries me. For example, their stance on eucalyptus trees and non-natives is directly influenced by the chemical industry, which promotes the use of these harmful herbicides. Ornithologist Ron Parker of the California Department of Fish and Game claims eucalyptus sap is killing thousands of birds, but the Australian Bird Society, which tags thousands of birds annually, says that's simply not true. So who do we believe? So I hope that our Department of Fish and Game and Wildlife will be allowed to be scrutinized by counter-scientific studies. And so far, countless projects by these departments have been rubber-stamped as non-environmental impact, insecticides and herbicides included. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hearing no other public comment at this time on our consent agenda, I'll bring it back to the board for approval. I'll take the motion from Askew, the second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. At this point, we'll open up general public comment. See Ms. Olvey coming forward.
I always have to lower this mic. I'm never going to be tall enough. Good morning, Chair Lopez and members of the board. Just wanted to share a few updates with you all as implementation of the new Unified Franchise Agreement is underway between WM and the county. Special assessment, so the first of 4 letters from Waste Management was sent out. The final letter, so a 5th notice will be sent by county staff. Just a reminder, these notices are going to both the account holder and the property owner, who may be one and the same. The 20-gallon insert removals in the 35-gallon cart body, those removals began earlier this month, which will continue through February. That impacts a little over 2,200 residential accounts. For the local call center, I have been busy. Interviews have begun for 1 CSR lead, and that's customer service rep, and 4 CSR representatives out of the Castroville office. Tentative start date is early to mid-March. They'll go through an 8-week training, then 3 weeks of on-the-job training where they'll be actually on live calls, and then that puts us right on track for that mid-2025 go-live date for our call center out of Castroville. Last thing is Smart Truck. Charges ceased. I know that came as a surprise to a lot of folks, but charges ceased January 1st. It's warning only through April 1st, so they'll be getting a letter just says, hey, just a heads up, this is what we found in your container. Starting April 1st, upsizing will occur after the 3rd incident in a 12-month period. That's a rolling 12. A postcard with an FAQ QR code that leads to our website will be mailing this week, so everyone that has an account will get that information. And, you know, just through the implementation, these are all new processes. We're learning. Please, as always, don't hesitate to reach out if the need arises. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. All right, next up.
Good morning, Supervisors Askew, Church, Lopez, Alejo, and Daniels. I'm Dr. Laura Solorio, a resident of Salinas and an employee of Monterey County for 29 years, and president of Protect Monterey County, the proponent of Measure Z, which banned fracking, banned new oil wells, and wastewater injection in Monterey County in 2016. The measure passed by over 56% of the voters in Monterey County. Protect Monterey County also worked with Assemblymember Don Addis and numerous state organizations and legislators to pass AB 3233 last year, which allows local jurisdictions to regulate oil and gas operations. I am here this morning to join you for the next actions that we can look to take in Monterey County. I'm addressing this because I did review Supervisor Alejo's proposal to ban fracking in Monterey County. A California state ban on fracking was passed in October of 2024. A fracking ban, which was part of Measure Z, is also still in effect in Monterey County. An important environmental concern, which we would really look forward to working with you on, is the sealing of idle wells. Wells which have not been active for over 2 years or more. There are over 40,000 idle wells in California at this time, including some in Monterey County. These wells cause air pollution with emissions of methane and other gases and are a risk to water. The cost to close these wells is billions of dollars, which taxpayers could be responsible for as wells are abandoned. We look forward to work with the county to address this looming issue and accelerate well cleanup and protect the residents of Monterey County. Thank you so much.
Ms. Solorio, next.
Yeah, the advert for that seat's still up. You're not bound by jurisdiction, and I don't think you thought at all about what you were doing. My comments on the 1,400-foot aquifer, it's dying, and seawater intrusion is a killer. Every day, saltwater creeps further inland, destroying Monterey County's drinking water sources. CSIP, once the frontline defense, is failing. Too much pumping, too little recharge, and no accountability. Wells are going salty, farmland is at risk, and families are running out of safe water. Castroville being the primary folks that are really in a jam. Upstream, dams meant to stabilize the system are crumbling. They need urgent repairs and safety upgrades, but they've been left to rot. Without them, there's no control, no recharge, and no hope. And make no mistake, DWR is coming. They're already in the Central Valley. They'll be here next. They've been patient, but the hammer is about to fall. Sigma enforcement isn't optional, and this basin is a disaster zone. Every day we wait, the ocean claims more ground. Unrestricted pumping must stop now. Fix the dams, reinforce CSIP. Save the drinking water before there's nothing left, especially for the people in Castroville, California. Monterey County's future is on the line, and the time is now for action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm Eloise Jim, and I just wanted to suggest about these appointments for the committees and commissions for the county, that I noticed that the city of Monterey, when there are openings, they have a whole day set aside for the openings that are going to be happening at the end of the year, so that people can, be aware of and submit their information to be on a committee or a commission. But in Monterey County, it's very clandestine. It's like, how did you hear about it? Word of mouth. That isn't an open process. That's a closed process that people just, they get into the commissions by the buddy system. And that really isn't right. It should be open. People should know about it. They should, be interviewed and not just be bumped aside for somebody's crony.
Anyone else in room? All right, anybody via Zoom?
Phone number ending in 705.
705?
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors. Again, Lorna Moffett here. Supervisor Alejo, I applaud you for trying to ban fracking in our area. Thank you so much. I'm worried about what's taking place at Elkhorn Slough. Last week, a devoted person to Elkhorn Slough spoke of all the wonderful things they are doing to improve landscape and fire protection. which of course they are. But cutting down eucalyptus trees and using very toxic herbicides to eradicate non-natives and a eucalyptus tree trunk regrowth certainly is a grave mistake. And the same mistake, the same organization, Native Plant Society, did at Angel Island. Example, at Angel Island, the Native Plant Society insisted all the eucalyptus trees be removed because they were a fire hazard and non-native. So they cut them all down except 6 acres. Like Elkhorn Slough, they let the grasses grow, and for the first time in Angel Island's history, several fires broke out in the years to come. And the last was an unstoppable fire, which burnt oaks, but stopped at the 6 acres of eucalyptus trees. The same conditions apply, in my opinion, at Elkhorn Slough. The cutting down of 200 large 100-year-old eucalyptus trees took away 200 tons of CO2 absorption yearly and 5,200 pounds of oxygen a year. Those trees also absorbed heavy metals and toxic air pollutants and kept the area cool and moist with their daily transpiration. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and you supervisors certainly need to change your stance, along with Senator Laird, on the war against eucalyptus trees in our county. Also, allowing any herbicides in an endangered species habitat is just plain suicide, and the Audubon Society promotes such tactics to the detriment of the birds and invertebrates alike. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else via Zoom? All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. At this time, I'll remind folks that on the agenda, we had the Truth Act matter scheduled, but we are pushing that to 1:30 as it was originally noticed at 1:30, so we'll be hearing it then. Is there anything else I need to say on that item, Council? All right. Given none, I believe we've arrived at our recess for lunch, so we'll go ahead and recess. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors for the afternoon portion of our agenda. I'm going to go ahead and let the record reflect that all members of the board are present on the dais. Now you have Supervisors Daniels, Lopez, and Askew with Alejo and Church to join us shortly. I'm going to ask the interpreter to announce her services via our Zoom option today.
Buenos días. Soy Ana Rueda de Vidales. Si usted necesita servicios de interpretación este día, por favor hágalo saber cuando comience a dar su comentario público. Por favor, hable despacio y claro para que yo le pueda interpretar y hable pausado para que yo le interprete lo que usted dice. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Ana. With that, we're going to go ahead and kick into our first item, which is what we trailed from this morning due to the noticing issue. Just so everybody knows they didn't miss it, this is going to be Chief Deputy Lundquist sharing with us the Truth Act presentation on behalf of the Sheriff's Department and our team at Monterey County Jail.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the... Can you hear me okay? There it is. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board and county council. We are here on behalf, my name is Keith Boyd, I'm the undersheriff. We're here on behalf of Sheriff Tina Nieto to present our annual report. Sheriff is currently away in Washington, D.C., meeting with legislators and on behalf of the county. And I have Chief Deputy Tim Lindquist, who oversees the Correction Operations Bureau here today, who will be making the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, and County Council. My name is Tim Lindquist, and I am the Chief Deputy overseeing the Corrections Operations Bureau of the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. On behalf of Sheriff Tina Nieto, I am here with Under Sheriff Keith Boyd to present to you our 2024 report related to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's access to incarcerated persons in Monterey County jails pursuant to the California Truth and Values Act. The Sheriff's Office adheres to California law, which establishes criteria for our engagement related to immigration matters. For the 2024 calendar year, the Monterey County Jail released 11 incarcerated persons into ICE custody. The qualifying charges for the 11 individuals released to ICE are as follows. 2 incarcerated persons were released pursuant to California Penal Code Section 211, robbery. 3 for Penal Code Section 664-211, attempted robbery. 1 for Penal Code Section 220A1, assault with intent to commit a felony. 1 for Penal Code Section 236, false imprisonment. 1 for Penal Code Section 243.4, E4, sexual battery. And 1 for Penal Code Section 245A1, assault with a deadly weapon. 1 for Health and Safety Code Section 11379, sales or transportation of methamphetamine. And 1 for Vehicle Code Section 23153B, causing DUI causing injury. The Sheriff's Office is committed to keeping the peace and earning the public's trust. We will continue to fulfill the legislative intent of the Truth and Values Act, adhering to California law, and allow limited communication between the Sheriff's Office and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the dais before we go to the public?
Yeah, I did have a couple questions, actually. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for advertising. And thank you for adjusting our time, Chair, to 1:30 to make sure we were matched up with the advertising that had happened. In the staff report, and I know this is sort of following the state legislation, but it speaks to charges. And we know in our Constitution in California that people are innocent until proven guilty. And I'm just curious if you could speak to the differentiation between charges versus someone who's convicted of those charges. Were these individuals being held with charges, or were they being held with charges that had been had gone through our criminal justice system through that process?
So the people that were released to ICE were either convicted or they were held to answer by a judge on those charges. Vast majority, the ones that I'm aware of that are in this report, the sentences were adjudicated. Very rarely do we release somebody to ICE that has only gone to court and been held to answer on those charges. So we have them serve their sentence and then we release them to ICE.
Okay, so when you say held to answer, can you explain that?
That would be a preliminary hearing before a judge where a judge finds sufficient evidence to hold them over for a jury trial.
Okay, so being held, sort of a held without bail kind of situation, is that?
Wouldn't necessarily be held without bail. They would probably, in some instances, they would still have a bail. A judge just heard testimony, reviewed the case, and found that there's enough information to hold them over for a jury trial.
Okay, but maybe it hadn't, so not convicted.
Not convicted at that time, correct.
At that time. So of those 11, I think you said 11, how many of those were convicted and how many were charged?
I will verify, but I believe all 11 were convicted.
Okay, yeah, we could verify that. That'd be really helpful information. And then just a comment, just procedural, on the title of our scheduled matter agenda within Legistar, this item doesn't reference the Truth Act or SB 54. And I know that in the past we've had folks searching for past reports and having difficulty finding them when you search in Legistar. So I was hoping that we could have this title amended to include both the terms Truth Act and SB 54 in the Legistar title, so that in the future when someone's searching for this information using those common terms, it would show up in a way that they can access the information. And then to that point, is this also posted on the sheriff's website in a particular location with past year's reports?
I don't believe the data supervisor is posted on our website. I believe we follow through following the statute's requirement to provide that report to the Board of Supervisors and allow for public comment here. I don't believe we store the historical data. We did make an adjustment in the manner in which we're sharing the data now, so future years that we'll be able to kind of put a historical perspective into each year's report. So that way we can show comparative analysis year to year over what we intend to do a 5-year plan. So the past reports were structured a little differently than how we're presenting now, breaking it out by charge and delineating the numbers. So
okay.
We can look at posting it. There's no obligation under the law to do that, and that's why we probably haven't done it, but we can look at that.
Okay, great, thank you. And then updating Legistar, is that something that's possible? And maybe I'll ask our CAO or our clerk if that's something that we could have done.
It actually, the file name is SB-54 Truth Act Presentation. So it is noted in there. So if they do a search, it should come up like that, just on the front of the agenda as well.
Okay, however, on the actual agenda, when you print it out, it doesn't reference Truth Act or SB 54 in any way.
If that is ordered, we can do that. We can amend it.
I think we can do that as a motion as we clean up here at the end, just to have it on the record. But yeah, definitely something we.
Yeah, I just want to make sure people can access information. I know we've had people contact us. We've had difficulty finding it for past years. So, but we knew it occurred, so yeah, couldn't find it. So, for the sake of transparency, thank you.
Anything else? Oh, Supervisor Daniels. Before we go to the public, any comment? Supervisor Alejo, before we go. All right. At this point, we'll open it up to the public to see if there's any public input. Invite folks to come forward in room or raise hand via Zoom. Zoom would be *9 or raise hand function at the bottom of your screen in order to be recognized. I'll go with folks in the room first. I see somebody approaching the dais, so we'll allow 2 minutes per speaker.
Speaking to the Board of Supervisors today, I try to attend these every year, and every year it's interesting to see how much cooperation there has been between our Sheriff's Department and ICE. I am speaking now, though, because I believe it is time to stop all cooperation with ICE in Monterey County, everywhere, including the jail. Cooperation with ICE is not required. In fact, most of you know I'm speaking on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union Monterey County chapter, Michelle Welsh. I'm also a professor of constitutional law at Monterey College of Law, and so I can verify for you that the Supreme Court has held that the federal government cannot commandeer or require the states or any local jurisdictions to enforce federal laws. That is entirely up to the federal service. That is Prince versus U.S. if you want to look it up. The situation we have here in Monterey County, and I have no doubt that the Sheriff's Office, or I have no reason to doubt that they've complied fully with the Truth Act. and the ACLU has monitored over the years various things that have happened and have not found non-compliance with the Truth Act. The point is, though, that the Truth Act itself does not require compliance, but our Monterey County Sheriff's policy does. It says if there is a qualifying charge or conviction, then the Sheriff's Office shall turn over that incarcerated person to ICE. That is not required. That is not necessary. And so I'm here today to urge the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff to change that policy and to cease all cooperation with ICE, especially in this time with the threats that have come from our current administration's ICE enforcement practices and the dangers to our community here in Monterey County. I believe it is time for us to stop cooperating with ICE entirely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room? All right, seeing nobody coming forward in the room, we'll go to Zoom.
Alejandro Mares, excuse me.
Alejandro Mares? Alex?
Yes, hi.
Hear you.
Unmute. Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, excellent. So first of all, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for having this meeting and for Supervisor Askew for clarifying on the issue of being held to answer not being the same as being convicted of a crime. My question is regarding specifically when the sheriff states that 11 persons were transferred into or moved into ICE custody, does that 11 number also represent any advisements to ICE or CBP or immigration as to when a person's release date is? For example, those 11 persons, the charges there seem significant. If they're transferred, but what about if ICE simply calls and asks, when is John Doe's release date? Is the sheriff's department keeping data on that? If they don't know or if they don't have a number, they can just let us know if that's something that they'd be willing to keep data on, just so the public knows what information is actually being transferred, even if it's not direct facilitation with ICE through the Monterey County Sheriffs.
Thank you, Mr. Mares.
Adriana Malgoza.
Good afternoon, Board. I really appreciate you all taking time to bring this matter to this report to our community attention. I am today speaking as Adriana Malgoza, community member who has worked in various capacities with the immigrant community and also working on ICE out of California initiatives, including initiatives in Monterey County. And I completely agree with Mickey that there should be some sort of revision on no collaboration at all. Our community is pretty afraid of everything that's happening right now, especially with the rhetoric and statements put on by administration. Our community is completely afraid of reporting anything because they feel that there's still collaboration and they're not knowing what type of collaboration really exists, even if these reports are coming out and providing statements that there's no collaboration. There is some limited collaboration, and that limited collaboration is what's going to keep our communities from reporting any crime, reporting anything that it's impacting our county. So I urge you to take a look at this and figure out how to best address the needs of our community, address the needs of all of Monterey County residents, including our undocumented community who are not feeling safe in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melgoza.
Sharon Miller.
Yes, I'm a member of the public, and I read that Santa Cruz County didn't turn anyone over to ICE in 2024. My question is, do we have different communities, or do we have different sheriff department policy, if indeed that's true, that we turned over 11 and our neighboring county, Santa Cruz, turned over 0? Just a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Next.
That's it.
All right, final call. Anybody in room? Any more hands via Zoom that were not seen? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. First, I'll see if the Sheriff's Department wants to respond to any of the questions raised by the public.
Supervisor, we, in response to the public's inquiries, we only follow, we adhere to the Truth Act. And the Truth Act specifically notes what we can or can't communicate regarding. And a general call on an individual getting a release date, that wouldn't be something that does not fall within the specificity of the Truth Act. So we follow the Truth Act, okay? If ICE calls and it's related to a Truth Act specific thing, then we're obligated by California law. We adhere to that. But if it doesn't fit in the specificity of the law, we don't provide any information.
Thank you, Undersheriff. I'll bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for this annual report required by law. But I think when I first became a supervisor, I think my first meeting with the department head was with the sheriff administration then about this topic. And I think the numbers we got back then, the numbers of cooperation from ICE were much greater. That same year, 2017, that's when the Truth Act, authored by our current Attorney General, Rob Bonta, the California Valleys Act was authored by Kevin De Leon, the same year. And those laws were a result of a compromise with Governor Gray Davis, Jerry Brown at the time. And it addresses some of the points made by the public. It was a compromise because the governor and the legislature believed that if you commit a violent or a serious felony, there can be a cooperation. So what you're following is the law, but it's only for the most serious offenders. That's why instead of having over 100 people that were handed over to ICE, it's 11. And I want the public to know that when people talk about rhetoric, California, letting anybody go, that is not current law. When you commit a serious crime, you have to face the criminal consequences of that crime. But under the California Values Act and the Trust Act or the Truth Act, you also face the immigration consequences. But those numbers, as we could see, are much smaller than they were since the laws were enacted. And I think that's a compromise. And I think local governments cannot say we're going to do something contrary to what is state law, because state law preempts anything the Board of Supervisors would do on this and the subject matter. So I just want to be clear. And I think that's where the public could be reassured that if you're committing a serious crime, murders, assault with a deadly weapon, you're stabbing people, sexual crimes, child molesters, those most heinous crimes, that's where the public draws a line. The legislature, the governor drew a line many years ago to say in those limited circumstances, Sheriff's Department can cooperate with ICE, and those individuals will have to face both the criminal and immigration consequences of their actions. So I just wanted us to be clear when we talk to the public, we're following the law, and for those serious types of cases, the law does permit that limited cooperation for the most serious types of cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I do have a question through the chair for the Sheriff's Department, and it would be that so to reiterate what you had said before, these 11 cases that were identified where folks were turned over to ICE, they actually were all convicted and had served their sentences, or had not served their sentences and were turned over to ICE?
We can confirm the specific data, but it's our belief at this time that all 11 were convicted in a court of law through the criminal proceedings and had completed their process, and their matter was adjudicated in Monterey County. Mm-hmm. And then subsequent to that, we provided access to them to immigration and enforcement pursuant to the laws as noted. But we can get the hard data to confirm if for sure, but that's my belief.
So if you had not turned these individuals over to ICE, what would the process have been for those 11 individuals? What further steps would have happened in their particular situations?
If we had not turned them over to ICE, then they'd potentially be walking the streets of Monterey County as convicted violent offenders under a specific code of the law that allows us to provide their contact to the immigration enforcement.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand through the chair is I'm still not understanding the point in time in which they were turned over to ICE. So, and there's a lot of language that's being used that's specific to the judicial system that I'm not quite understanding. So I just want to be clear. Adjudicated and then turned over to ICE. Had they served any time yet?
I can get that information and provide it at a future date to the board on each case. It's our belief that they did. There are opportunities within the law, when I say opportunities, where the process can move forward with immigration without a conviction. The majority of the process involves a conviction, and then their time is served in the local facility. So, but the law is very lengthy. It outlines a lot of different charges, and we have a screening process built in that allows us to validate each charge. If there's a qualifying charge, then we have to run through the process of have they fulfilled all the terms noted to that charge within the law, because some charges might be eligible for communication pre-conviction, and some charges don't allow for that. So we have to follow that process diligently.
So I guess to follow up then on my questions, what I would be interested in finding out is what flexibility we have and what opportunities we have in Monterey County, because I absolutely 100% agree with the public comments that addressed the particular period that we're in right now. And so inviting federal agencies like ICE, if there's an opportunity to avoid that kind of relationship at this point in time, where we're actually inviting inviting an agency into our community that has already threatened our community beyond this relationship in such a significant way. I would be interested in finding out what our options are and what that would mean for the jail, because again, there are threats that you can just open the newspaper and read that cite not only ICE, but cite, I saw one that cited the Army Corps of Engineers would be activated to help round people up. I mean, it's like how that's even possible. I have no idea. I'm not talking about the Army National Guard. I literally read the Army Corps of Engineers. And so I feel like it is a really good question that was asked. And as a supervisor, I would just be interested to know if at this point in time, in this particular political climate, if this sort of cooperation, could be suspended, what that would look like. So we could do absolutely everything we can to protect our communities from the potential of mass deportations and rounding people up who aren't these criminals that you're talking about. I am concerned. I'm just going to say that. And so if there is the possibility to report back to us or share more information with us about what that would mean in the case of these 11 individuals, what would it have meant for these 11 individuals' cases if they instead, if that cooperation did not occur, what would it have looked like in terms of their experience with the court of law and their sentences? I would be interested in knowing that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I'm going to go to Supervisor Askew, but before, I just want to share one piece of perspective, as I've had a lot of conversations in community. If we don't cooperate with, as Supervisor Alejo said, those folks who have committed the most heinous acts as defined in the compromise by the law that allows them through the Truth Act and the California Values Act to be handed over at the jail, those folks will be on the street. And I'm not saying even if they served their time, my concern comes at the point where it's not to say that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, will not still be looking for them. And what they're going to do is show up to their new place of work, and there's going to be collateral damage, right? As I believe we saw in Kern, as we'll see in other communities when they show up to, say, a packing house and say, there's the person we're looking for, but the other 150 of you line up, we're going to ask you some questions, right? And so I would want that balanced in that conversation. I appreciate where you're coming from. I would worry that if we're putting 11 folks out, then you'd have 11 bigger actions if those are the folks that are really interested throughout our community that might lead to additional collateral damage. Just a counterpoint, but Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I appreciate the question, I appreciate the presentation, I appreciate the members of our public who are sharing the concerns that I think we're all hearing, and the anxiety level we all know is high, rightly so. So just as we accept the report, if I can ask for sort of some follow-up, I think from here to provide some additional information that I hear the public requesting and to provide us with some additional information, I think would just be helpful for everyone moving forward. And that would be a copy of the current policy that the Sheriff's Office is following in regards to compliance with ICE, which I heard you reference. I think that would be helpful. details of any communication with ICE per the Truth Act, which, as I read, that all records related to ICE access provided by local law enforcement agencies, including all communication with ICE, shall be public records for purposes of the California Public Records Act. If we could have any further correspondence or communications with ICE beyond what was presented in this staff report and shared with this board as a reference point, I think that would be helpful for the public to understand that there are limits to the communication that is occurring, and leave sort of the question of unanswered questions answered. That'll be the second request. The third request would be for additional demographic data about the individuals referenced in this Truth Act report that you have before us today. Specifically, and I'm again referencing the actual legislation, the date that they were remanded to the jail, the date of their conviction, the date that ICE access was provided, whether ICE access was provided through a hold, transfer, notification request or through other means, and if there's any other relevant data specific to those individuals, how long they served time in the jail. I think that would also be helpful for the public to know, were these folks convicted? Were they innocent while waiting a trial? What was the rest of the story on these particular cases? So that would be the third thing to request. And if we could have that additional information provided in a staff report and maybe even a follow-up presentation. I think given the amount of fear and anxiety that is related when we talk about ICE in our communities, I think that the public would appreciate just having some additional context, some additional information, and it would help the sheriff's office explain more about how you engage with ICE and maybe provide some of the reassurance that the community is looking for. So that would be my request as we accept this report, to request that additional information returned to the board in the form of a presentation with the staff report.
So I want to give Supervisor Church a chance. I know you just walked in. I just want to make sure there's no questions you have outstanding, given where we are. We're right about the wrap up of this item.
I think I'm going to pass right now.
Okay, fair. Okay, Supervisor Leo.
Yeah, if there's demographic data on the individuals, from my understanding, on the data collected of individuals transferred, at least back then, the Sheriff's Department wasn't doing that because it wasn't required by law, because I requested it back then, and they said, we're not required to collect it, so we haven't done that. Among the, for example, if 11 are Latino or white or what ethnicity, that kind of demographic data of the individuals. And then a question for County Council would be, I think it's an obvious one, if state law allows, and I'm just really looking at it, and it's actually the California Trust Act that has in the text of the bill itself, it listed a bunch of different types of crimes where there can be cooperation. If that is what state law allows for sheriff's departments to follow, can a board then say, we're going to do something different than what state law requires? And so for me, it's an easy question, but I think you're our top attorney for the county, so I think it's important to hear from your perspective.
In my opinion, the board could not order the sheriff to change policies because how the sheriff runs the jail is within the purview of the sheriff as a constitutionally appointed elected officer.
Yeah, and I would just encourage people to read Senate Bill 54. It was signed in 2017. If you look up California Trust Act or SB 54 text, the public could read the language, and you could see the long list of enumerated crimes that do allow for cooperation. And for me, the way I look at it, having done major legislation for immigrants, I authored the driver's license bill for undocumented immigrants, and many others during my time in Sacramento. I think when we're trying to protect those who have committed, perhaps many who committed lesser crimes, but to also face the harsh consequences of immigration consequences to their crimes, that's where, for me, that was that delicate balance. And it was a lot of discussion in the legislature to find that, to draw that line where you say, if you commit these lesser offenses, there won't be cooperation, but in these circumstances where it's serious or it's violent, to protect the public, that's where the exceptions got made. And I think that makes sense if these are the most serious and heinous types of crime. We have to find a balance there when we're telling the public they don't want to hear that some serious or violent offender was re-released to perhaps commit more crimes. If somebody else is hurt, if someone else is killed, trust me, in my district, in East Salinas, we have a lot of heinous crimes. Yesterday, the DA convicted somebody who shot 2 innocent young men and paralyzed a mother who was making breakfast. Those are my constituents. They want to be safe. They don't want to have somebody re-released that could put them in harm too. So this is the things that the Sheriff's Department has to consider. The public expects from us to keep them safe, to not re-release the most violent and serious offenders. And for me, that reality was reflected in SB 54. It was trying to find that right balance under the law. Not deport somebody because they didn't have a driver's license or some other less offense, which used to be the case under the Secure Communities federal program. So we lived through all that before. And so I think now where you're seeing a dramatic drop in the types of cases that cooperate, I think that's significant progress. And yes, I trust me, I know what the community is going through right now, but to try to allow people to point to the most violent offenders and tell the public we're letting them go, we're not doing anything, that's not true in California. And we are trying to protect those people who haven't committed crimes, who are trying to just work hard and provide for their families. And that's who I'm mostly concerned, because that's most of the immigrants that are out there. They're out here working so hard to provide a better life to their families. And sometimes when we mix those serious offenders with everyone else, then they try to paint with a broad brush that's everybody that's out there, because we're hearing that in the news every day. We're hearing that from the rhetoric that's being said in Washington, and I want us to be clear on our message. We're trying to protect those that are trying to do their best to follow the rules, not get in trouble, and not commit serious crimes to this community. And so I just want to be clear on how we win, because public messaging matters today. We have to be cognizant of that and not to let ourselves fall into the rhetoric where people try to paint with a broad brush and try to demonize all hardworking undocumented immigrants, because that's certainly not true in our county, and it's not true for most parts, for the rest of the United States, I should say. Thank you.
Final thoughts from the dais? Okay, then I did hear some requests. Can we turn those into the form of a motion up here and go through including the change of title?
Yeah, sure. So I make a motion to receive the request with the following 4 requests for additional action. 1, to amend the title of the agenda item so that it very clearly reflects Truth Act Truth Act and SB 54 for easy searching within Legistar. Second request is for the sheriff office to return to this board with a presentation that includes a copy of the local sheriff, the sheriff's office policy that guides interactions with ICE. 3, details of all sheriff's office communication with ICE for the last year, specific to the SB 54 legislation. And 4, additional information about the individuals released to ICE per the language included in SB 54.
So just one clarification, that policy was attached to the board report, just
The sheriff's policy.
I believe it was, yeah.
It's an attachment to the item.
But we can bring it back as part of the next presentation as well, if you want to leave the motion as is.
It's listed as SB 54. It's the custody manual. Okay, sorry, the custody manual. Policy 524 SB 54. Okay, great. No, thank you. So that was attached for anyone who's looking for it. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't print it from
So less that item, that's the motion?
But bring that back also.
So keep it attached.
We're going to have a presentation with all those items.
Okay, all 4
Thank you.
pieces. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
I've got a motion and a second. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Motion passes 5-0. Any other actions from the dais at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Sheriff. Thank you. Sheriff Langquist, my apologies. In my defense, it was spelled wrong in it says Lundquist here, so that's on me. My apologies. Names matter. Thank you. All right, right. I got a warning this time. So we're gonna go next to item 18, which is to consider recommendations for the Ledge Committee, from the Ledge Committee to adopt the legislative platform for 25 and approving the 25 legislative workshop agenda. I believe that's going to be Annette and possibly Nick Chulos joining us via Zoom with the team from Nossaman and Ballard Spar.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint presentation real quick for you. There we go. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Annette Diadamo with the County Administrative Office. And today's recommended actions are to approve the recommendations from the Legislative Committee, to adopt the 2025 legislative program, the legislative workshop agenda, authorize the development and submission of potential state budget and federal appropriation requests, adopt the Strategic Grant Services Program, and receive our annual reports from our legislative and funding advocates by the county's federal lobbyist, Maria Triplar, and by our state lobbyist and funding advocate, Ashley Walker. So there's a lot of information to cover in this report. I know we have a limited time. Fortunately, I think your board has been very engaged in the county's legislative efforts over the last year, so we'll move through these items as quickly as we can and have Maria and Ashley make their presentations, and if we could just hold off on all questions to the end. For a county of our size, we have a very robust legislative program that ensures the county's interests are well represented in Sacramento and in Washington. And our level of engagement has steadily increased over the past few years, especially related to the increasing number of disaster events we're seeing at the county. Our extensive advocacy efforts for 2024 are outlined in the written annual reports that are exhibits G, H, and I in your packet. And all of the board's legislative advocacy correspondence is posted on the legislative program's webpage. We've been averaging about 150 letters coming out from the board every year, but that doesn't even begin to capture the many, many interactions, meetings, and just the way that the county board, the county staff, the legislative team, the county department heads are interacting with our state and federal elected officials, their staffs, committees, various governmental agencies throughout the year. We appreciate the board's interest and engagement in the program, and with the priorities we're seeking approval of for today, we expect 2025 to be a very, very busy year. The legislative program is developed under the direction of the Legislative Committee with the input of board members and county departments, and once the program is adopted, it provides us with policy direction and board authority so that the legislative team can quickly advocate in support or defense of county priorities. In Exhibit A, the legislative platform document starting on page 9 is a list of proposed priorities for 2025. This is the same list of projects that appear on the legislative workshop agenda, which I'll speak to about in a moment. There are 5 recommended priorities, most of which are carryovers from last year, and there'll be possibly one addition. The first is a new priority titled Protecting Monterey County Values, and this priority reaffirms the county's commitment to providing a welcoming, safe, and sustainable community for all who call Monterey County home, and that our community should be able to access public benefits free of fear, hate, or retribution. And to this end, our advocacy efforts will focus on protecting the county's immigrant population, ensuring data privacy, protecting access to public health services, defending and protecting reproductive freedoms and marriage equality, supporting efforts to combat the very real impacts of climate change, especially related to wildfires and winter storms, opposing any cuts to federal disaster assistance through FEMA, protecting freedom of thought and expression, and combating disinformation, opposing any efforts to limit or abolish the Department of Education, and supporting the rights of those who serve or have served in our military and protecting local defense institutions. The second priority is for the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project, which outlines the county's continued commitment in support of efforts to create a reliable long-term source of clean drinking water for this small disadvantaged community. And next we have the Nacimiento and San Antonio dams and reservoir safety projects. And the aim here is to continue to support those efforts that would fund a set of projects for these facilities so that they can meet state and federal regulatory requirements and provide flood protection and a sustainable water supply. The fourth is related to FEMA reimbursements, and the county will continue to support efforts to improve the FEMA Public Assistance Program, including written guidance to clarify expenses that are eligible for reimbursement and to expedite the grant award process to ensure the county is reimbursed for eligible costs as quickly as possible. And the county's continued support for efforts to establish a Monterey County Veterans Home or a community living center to serve the needs of our veterans population and to support the veterans community's contributions to our local economy. Additionally, in light of the recent fires in Moss Landing, staff recommends that an additional priority be added addressing battery storage facilities with the aim of protecting the health and safety of our community. This item did not go before the legislative committee, so we're seeking additional direction from your board on this item. And in Exhibit C, we've included some draft language that we could use as a starting point for discussion on this when your board provides direction later in this presentation. I think it's worth mentioning that the county has strong working relationships with CSAC, RCRC, and NACO, and we will continue to work closely with these organizations to advance the county's priorities throughout the year. And several of our board members actively participate and serve in leadership positions in these organizations. The legislative platform document outlines the county's priorities, which are broken out under the headings of economic development, administration, health and human services, infrastructure, and public safety. And the next few slides provide a snapshot of the extensive list of topics that are included, and there are literally hundreds of issues referenced in this document. Our county policy concerns are most often centered on resources and the authority to carry out state and local service responsibilities and partnerships with the state and federal governments. Extensive changes have been made throughout the legislative platform to update the document and attempt to make it more reader-friendly by calling out more headings and shortening descriptions where possible. So in Exhibit A is the 2025 legislative platform document that was recommended by the Legislative Committee. And for anyone who wants to see the changes from the prior year, a red line version of that is Exhibit B in your packet. The next thing I'd like to touch on is the board's annual legislative workshop, which will be held on Friday, February 7th from 10:30 to noon. They're in the Board of Supervisors chambers and also via Zoom. The purpose of this workshop is to introduce the county priorities to our legislators and to hear about their priorities and to enter into some discussion about how we can collaborate throughout the year. The agenda includes welcome and introductions, a review of the agenda and objectives, a state of the county report, staff presentations on each of the priority items that I mentioned just a moment ago, remarks by each member of the county's state and federal delegation or their staff if they're being represented by staff, then remarks by each member of your board, and then time to engage with some back and forth discussion with our legislators. The draft agenda is included in Exhibit D, and I would like to make my apologies for a typo I made on that agenda where it lists out our legislators. I listed out Senator Butler where it should now say Senator Schiff. Just to give you an update on where we're at in terms of who will be participating in that meeting, we are still waiting on a response from Senator Padilla's office. Senator Schiff is planning to have a member of his staff attending in person there in the board chambers. Congressman Panetta will be attending via Zoom, joining at 10:45 a.m. Congresswoman Lofgren will have staff attending via Zoom. Assembly Speaker Rivas will attend via Zoom, joining around 11 a.m. And Senator Laird and Assemblymember Addis will participate in person with an estimated arrival time at the board chambers at 11. For state budget and federal appropriation requests, it's currently not known if the county will be invited to submit projects for either of these opportunities. The application and submission process for state budget requests is pretty straightforward, but federal appropriation requests are very involved. So pending further guidance from Congress, it's recommended that the county develop applications for these submissions as if there will be an opportunity for us to do those submissions. This is so that we'll be prepared to quickly submit the request if the process is opened, which potentially would happen in March. And generally speaking, we've only been offered, a matter of 2 or 3 weeks to get these applications together, and they're very kind of complicated. The Legislative Committee is recommending that the board authorize the county's legislative team to work with county departments and our federal delegation to go ahead and start working on these submissions in the order of priority that's listed out here on this slide. This would be for the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project. This would be our top state budget request and our top federal request. The dam and safety projects, again, that would be the number 2 state budget request and number 2 federal request. And then the remainder of the projects would be for federal appropriation requests, and whether or not we would submit these would depend on the appropriation bills that are opened up. So right now, this is the list of projects that we're looking at. So the Salinas Skate and Bike Park, the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex, 2 county park projects, and the Nacimiento Lake Drive repaving project, and the homeless encampment resolution for the recommendation ditch restoration. Short descriptions of each of these projects are included in Exhibit E in your packet. Now moving on to the Strategic Grant Services Program. We work with county departments to identify grant opportunities and provide strategic expertise to craft competitive grant applications. The program operates under the direction of the Legislative Committee and works closely with the legislative program to develop future funding opportunities. So a prime example of this was over last year, through the legislative program, we worked on bond funding that is now being released as grant opportunities through Proposition 4. So this program focuses on priority funding needs that align with board goals, has an available funding source, can meet the grant requirements, and can put forth a competitive application. We're resourced to work on a limited number of grants each year, so this program does not represent the county's overall grant funding efforts, priorities, or needs. There are several county departments with staff that have extensive grant expertise, and therefore they do not request assistance through this program. The program consists of a work plan and a grants needs inventory that can be found in Exhibit F. The work plan for 2025 identifies the priority projects and potential grant programs we expect to focus on this year. That's this list of projects here. You'll see lots of overlaps. We still have San Lucas Clean Drinking Water and the dam and reservoir safety projects. the Carmel Lagoon adaptive management efforts, water sustainability and drought-related projects, road, bike, and pedestrian infrastructure improvements, county park facilities, Salinas River Operations HCP, and the Broadway Family Connection Project, which is the Seaside Social Services Building. More information on these projects will be covered by Ashley when she gives the grants program annual report. The grant needs inventory is a list of county projects that require a funding source. It's updated each year in consultation with the board and county departments. We use this list in addition to the 5-year capital improvements project list to help guide research efforts so we can inform departments of upcoming funding opportunities. And I send county departments weekly notices of funding opportunities that I receive from various sources. And then Ashley sends out targeted funding opportunities based on the needs identified in this list. We provide support for all department requests for assistance, whether or not their project is currently on this list. We add projects all the time. And in fact, this morning I got a note from the Ag Commissioner asking to add a couple of additional projects to this list. So next up are the annual reports by Maria and Ashley. So just in closing, I would like to, I think it's really important to recognize that the success of these programs really relies on a lot of collaboration, starting with the direction and support of your board and the ongoing guidance from the legislative committee and work with all the county departments. So I really want to extend a big thanks to everyone that we work with on this. I'd like to thank Supervisor Askew, who is rotating off the legislative committee. You will be sorely missed. And I'd like to welcome Supervisor Church, who will be joining us on the legislative committee. And we are very much looking forward to working more closely with you. Of course, we want to also thank Supervisor Alejo, who keeps us on our toes all the time and really has been a powerful force in strengthening the county's legislative agenda. And thank you to the team that supports the legislative committee, Nick and Rocio in the CAO's office, Susan Blitch, our county counsel, and of course, the legislative team, Ashley, Kasha, Maria, and Caitlin. They're just a total pleasure to work with. So now I'll hand it over to Maria for the federal report, and then she'll hand it over to Ashley, and we'll take your questions at the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annette. So appreciate the Board of Supervisors having us again this year to talk a little bit about what we accomplished last year and as well as what we anticipate looking forward. I also want to briefly acknowledge Caitlin Kogel, who is also on the call. Caitlin has joined me with the Ballard team to support the County of Monterey. And I believe we will need all of the coverage we can get in the coming year, which we'll touch on briefly. It's been such a privilege to work again on behalf of the county and to advocate for the needs of Monterey County residents and to work with the entire Board of Supervisors. So I appreciate, again, having that opportunity and looking forward to continue to represent the county here in DC in the coming year. So in the interest of time, I'm going to just briefly touch on some of the main pieces of advocacy that we engaged in 2024. Of course, community project funding and federal funding is always paramount to ensure that the federal government is supplementing the county and ensuring that the needs of residents are met. Unfortunately, as was the case last year, we do not have a resolution on current year funding, hopefully, before the continuing resolution stopgap expires in March. We will have that resolution. We do have the Pajaro County Sanitation District that is continuing to move forward for FY25 funding, and I am hopeful that that will be ultimately funded. As Annette indicated, we have not yet received guidance on FY26 funding and what those parameters may look like. But in working with the departments, we will certainly be prepared to move forward. For 2024, as I'll highlight, as I mentioned, just a few items. FEMA reimbursements have been such a critical component for the county, and looking at the various storm damage that the county sustained, wildfire damage, the levee in particular has been a challenge, as well as several other community buildings that have been impacted, and it has been very much an uphill battle. Working with FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers to ensure that the county is appropriately reimbursed for expenses that the county sustained upfront. And the county staff has been an incredible partner in ensuring that we are able to provide all the information needed to our federal delegation. Representative Panetta and Representative Lofgren have been such zealous partners in working with the county and ensuring that federal agencies are addressing the issues appropriately. We are continuing to move forward to have those expenses approved for reimbursement, but there is still quite a bit of work to be done. But of course, that's such a critical issue. We're going to continue to work on that very much so in the coming year. Additionally, the Carmel River Free Project has been such an uphill battle for the county, and ensuring that that project is fully funded. In the past, there have been a variety of grants that have been awarded, to include the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant, just shy of $30 million for that project. But unfortunately, as all of you know, there has been some interagency challenges to unlock the funding to move forward. And I am so pleased to share that this year has been critical, and working with the delegation again in DC to represent the county's interests. And it seems like we may actually be reaching resolution so that the downstream funding can be unlocked, the project can move forward, and ensure that other additional sources of funding are not lost that are somewhat time sensitive. And that is one where even to now, there is still a monthly standing meeting, and we do have staff from Mr. Panetta's office who participates in each and every one, working with the Big Sur Land Trust and county staff. And that is one that I think I can speak for the county staff as well, that we're all just so proud that that project is coming to fruition. Additionally, there's any number of highway and roads projects, and working with Randy Ishii and the Department of Public Works Facilities, is that there's so many needs within the county for road repairs, and looking at competitive grant opportunities, working with both House and Senate representation to ensure that the needs of the county for those critical funds are top of mind, and continuing to chip away at those various projects. I know you're all familiar with the Davis Road project, as well as the Palo Colorado Road project, just to name a few of those. But it is one where, again, I'm always so incredibly impressed at the professionalism of the county staff and the knowledge base, and the absolute determination to leave no stone unturned to find additional sources of funding, and then to work with the federal congressional delegation to ensure that those efforts are supported. But of course, much as we did so much work in 2024, it has quickly been overshadowed by what we are expecting to see in 2025, which will be infinitely busier than 2024. And I know here we are, it's only January 28th. We've already had an incredible amount of conversation about any number of the executive orders that President Trump has released, as well as further guidance from the Office of Management and Budget. Immigration, of course, is top of mind, and is certainly something that will impact the county greatly, is how we have now a declaration of a federal emergency at the southern border. We have any number of change in policy as to how undocumented immigrants will be treated and approached, as well as additional refugees looking to enter the United States. That is certainly something that we will be monitoring very closely. And in fact, supervisors, Annette Diadamo and I were speaking even today that there is, my understanding is that there is likely to be House action as early as next week on legislation entitled No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities. And one of the concerns is the bill, for the first time in statute, will define what a sanctuary city is. It's quite broad. It applies to all jurisdictions, not just cities. And what that means for pulling back on federal funding for cities that are determined to be sanctuary cities. It is, and I would be interested to know if it is the interest of the Board of Supervisors to oppose that legislation, knowing how quickly it's intended to move. Additionally, we will continue, as needed, we will of course oppose any other immigration actions. And also the federal funding piece of this is of course omnipresent. We have seen many executive orders rolled out in the past week, some of which touch on energy, some of which touch on DEI programs that and hope and keeping that tension on the purse strings, if you will, for jurisdictions that are not seen to be in compliance with federal action. In fact, at 5 o'clock Eastern time today, which just 33 minutes ago, it was anticipated that there would be a 90-day pause against almost all of the federal government funding flowing out. While we've even just been on this Zoom, did receive word that a judge has ordered that pause may not go into effect. I am interested to see what that looks like and how the federal government responds. But also we are hearing from any number of departments and agencies that were in anticipation of the 5 p.m. deadline, that certain abilities to access portals and funding disbursement systems were already locked, such as HUDs for any sort of federal funding for affordable housing and any number of other areas. So that is something we will be closely monitoring. And of course, as given direction by the Board of Supervisors, opposing as necessary to represent Monterey County residents. I believe that I am out of time. So I will stop there. There is clearly so much more we could talk about looking ahead to 2025. And I look forward to having those conversations with the Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Marina. Ashley, can you jump in now?
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me this afternoon. I want to briefly go over some of the accomplishments in our legislative program that we worked on in 2024, but I do want to spend a significant time discussing what to anticipate in 2025. It's already been a very busy few weeks, as you know. We, as always, reviewed thousands of bills for the county this year, but we were really engaged in lots of different legislation. We took 42 different positions. We drafted 42 different position letters on 18 supported bills and 10 bills that we had opposition on. But we also advocated on lots of different other proposals outside of just legislative proposals, like state budget issues or other policy issues that arose throughout the year. This past year, we did struggle, of course, as a state with the large budget deficit that we faced. There were no official state budget requests, as you know, through our member request process that sometimes when we have larger deficits or larger surpluses we had seen in the past and we have been the recipient of in previous years. So unfortunately, while there were no direct state budget funding requests granted to the county, we did still very closely work with our legislative delegation on what our funding needs were. Senator Caballero actually did put out a request for proposals for any projects early in 2024, and we did submit the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project as our one project that we had requested state funding for. And while we did not receive state funding directly for the San Lucas project, we were able to advocate for language within the climate bond, now known as Proposition 4, which was passed by voters in 2024. that would allow the project to potentially be eligible for funding. And we do thank the authors of the bonds in both the Senate and the Assembly, and we thank our entire legislative delegation for their support to work on that particular project. As you can see in the report that I provided, I did outline all of the different budget items and other issues that we worked on throughout the year. Some of those to highlight, which I know continue to be our priority in 2024, include things like the CalWorks program, like the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention program, things like our public health, future of public health and investments into local health department infrastructure, homelessness proposals, and broadband proposals. We know that those will continue to be issues in 2024, and we will engage on those issues as they arise. I would like to touch on the fact that we also took significant positions on the 2024 ballot propositions. I did outline those for you in your report, but we took a support position on the education bond, as you know, which passed. We took a support position on Proposition 4, as I mentioned as well, which also passed. We took a wide variety of other positions as well, and I've outlined those for you. If you have questions, I'm happy to discuss those outcomes. Other large advocacy efforts that we undertook include our Dam Safety Coalition effort. Monterey County has been a founding member of the Dam Safety Coalition that now has partners like Aqua involved and other large dam projects across the state. We were successful in advocating for a large funding pot to be included in Proposition 4, which is great. We also created a couple of years ago the very first dam safety competitive grant program that the state of California has ever had. So while there is not enough funding by any means to support the substantial dam safety projects that are across the state, we have been successful in securing $480 million in Proposition 4 and an initial $100 million for that starter program that I just mentioned. The county actually does have a pending grant application with the state for that first round of funding, and we anticipate to continue to try to advocate for additional dam safety funding. We worked on other items like our veterans home priority, like child care provider rate reform. We can continue to engage with CSAC and RCRC throughout the year. We attend weekly legislative meetings with CSAC and other county advocates, and worked closely, of course, with your legislative delegation and their staff. But I want to jump into looking ahead to 2025. In the first couple of weeks of January, we were faced with very significant issues. One, of course, being the wildfires in LA. And then secondarily, we were forced to really look at all of the executive orders coming through the new Trump administration in our federal government. With that, Governor Newsom had called, as you know, a special session to protect California values. There were several bills introduced that we immediately and swiftly took positions on. He then expanded the special session to include the LA County wildfires. The wildfire special session bills have already been passed and signed, and they dedicated a very significant amount of state budget funding to those purposes. Because of that, Governor Newsom's proposed balanced budget that he had introduced just prior to the wildfires happening is now faced with additional challenges. In my recent meetings with Department of Finance, with the LAO, actually just as of yesterday, they're unsure what the May revise will look like and how the legislature and administration will work together to work on the now anticipated deficit. It will not be nearly as large as last year, which is good news. And there will be still opportunities for us moving forward to have debate and discussion about how and what to spend our state budget funding on. But it is something to be aware of as we move forward. I want to note that on the special session with regard to defending California values, we have supported 2 bills now, technically 4, but they've merged into 2, by Senator Wiener and Assemblymember Gabriel. The two authors in the Assembly and Senate have joined together on the SB versions of the bills, SBX 11 and SBX 12, both appropriating dollars, mostly in legal fees, to help defend California against any Trump administration executive orders or legal actions that we've already seen or may still come through. Specifically, we did write a recent letter that focused on SB 12, SBX 12 rather, sorry, too many letters and numbers, which was specific for immigration legal fees. That particular bill appropriates $10 million to the Judicial Council for legal services and protections and support centers. It additionally provides $10 million to the Department of Social Services and $5 million for the Judicial Council for nonprofit providers of legal services, all focused on our immigrant communities. Just yesterday, the Assembly held a hearing to discuss these bills and hear public comment on those bills, and I was there able to testify in support for Monterey County and express our desire to ensure those bills pass swiftly. They are anticipated to be passed and signed quickly by the governor, and we have very early and strong support for those bills. In addition to special session, we do have an entire other regular legislative session happening, of course. Bills have been slower to be introduced on the legislative side due to the legislature's strong focus on, of course, the wildfires and the special session. However, I do anticipate lots of issue items to come up this year with a brand new legislature, many new members who are eager and have their own views and desires to move forward legislation in California. Some of those items that I anticipate will be things like the Proposition 4 allocations in the state budget. As you know, the governor has proposed a way to allocate Proposition 4 funds in the 2025-26 state budget. We're going to have to take a look at that and make sure that that works for us and our project needs. In addition, there's going to be a focus on affordable water, but not just water affordability. Low-income rate water assistance is also anticipated to come back this year. I do believe there will be a focus on wildfires, but that focus is going to be on insurance. We've already seen bills introduced on wildfire insurance and on emergency preparedness and planning. We're starting to see bills that have to do with public meetings in the Brown Act again, which has been an ongoing theme since the pandemic, cybersecurity, and of course, things that have to do with the state budget and balancing that state budget, but also how we need funds to flow to the county, particularly with regard to homelessness, housing, and then, as I mentioned, those climate bond goals. With that, I do want to say that I do think new outreach this year will be important for us to make sure that we're educating new members about our issues, the issues we've worked on, particularly those that are sitting as new members in committees that we're often in. So that will be something of my focus in 2025. And with that, I'd like to conclude my state report, but I am happy to answer any questions that you might have about accomplishments in 2025 or anticipated issues before I move over to our grant report. All right, with that, I will move over to our, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're going to take questions after. So go ahead and continue. And then when you're done with the presentation, we'll go back to Annette and then come to the board.
Thanks, Supervisor. Our Strategic Grant Services Program, as Annette had mentioned, really focuses on the county's highest priorities in regards to project needs. We began working with the county actually in September of 2014, which was quite some time ago. And we've had significant accomplishments since then. I did want to highlight that since we began working with the county, Nossaman has worked on in some capacity projects that have secured over $70 million in grant funding at the local, state, or federal level. We currently actually have $85 million worth of pending grant requests right now that in some capacity NOSAMIN assisted with. This year, we specifically assisted with the submission of 3 grant applications, but I don't think that accurately captures the work that we do in the grant program. And the reason being is that if you take a look at my report, we worked on several different projects that are in need of funding in various capacities that may not have resulted in actually submitting an application. It could have resulted, like, for example, the San Lucas drinking water and things like working on just creating an eligible pathway for that project to receive funds, but also consulting on projects where we may not be a good fit this year, but how to prepare for next year's application and how to get into a position where we will be more competitive and more eligible as the project moves forward. I would just say that Proposition 4 is probably our largest opportunity in the 2025-26 fiscal year. The California Natural Resources Agency just held a workshop last Friday in which Kasha Hunt and I attended, and they are very excited, the California Natural Resources Agency and all of the other agencies and departments that fall within that state agency, to get these dollars out. And they were very excited to share that they are already working on guidelines, draft guidelines, to ensure that they are ready to go to get the dollars out the door once the state budget is finalized by mid-year this year, and has the allocations, as I mentioned, to each individual grant program. But some of those buckets that we are looking at are the Safe Drinking Water, Drought, Flood, and Water Resilience chapter, the Wildfire and Forest Resilience chapter, the Coastal Resilience and Sea Level Rise Mitigation chapter, the Land Conservation and Habitat Restoration chapter, and finally, the Parks and Recreational Access chapter. In 2025, as I mentioned, I do believe that that will be a large focus for us in terms of grant funding opportunities that come through. However, we will continue to look at these other opportunities that I've listed as well, including things like the Dam Safety and Enhancement Program, the Habitat Conservation Fund, which does get funding from the federal government. So I will be working with Maria, of course, to monitor federal funding streams that are coming into the state for the state programs that we rely on. The Strategic Partnership Transit Grants, the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, and their state revolving funds, which we will be looking at very closely for things like the San Lucas Drinking Water Project. With that, I will conclude my annual grant report as well. I just want to thank the board for all of their feedback and dialogue throughout the year as we have worked hard to represent the county in Sacramento and also ensure that we are identifying funding opportunities for the wide variety and extensive list of grants needs that you all have in the grants needs inventory. And big thanks to Annette and Maria. We are a team, a mighty little team that work together, and we have a lot of fun representing the county. I am honored to represent the county. I believe in what you all do, and thank you for the opportunity to continue to work with you.
Thank you, Ashley. Annette, did you have a wrap up for us, or do you want us to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, in addition to the recommendations that are included in the report, if we could get direction from the board to add that priority on the battery storage facilities. And also Maria mentioned potentially taking an opposed position on HR 32, which is the no bailout for sanctuary cities bill that just was introduced in Congress.
I'm going to go to the Legislative Committee first. I'll start to my right, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, just to address those 2 points, on the Sanctuary City defund proposal, HR 32, we opposed similar proposals, I think, in 2017 or 2018, and we were able to prevail in those federal litigation efforts to not halt any funding. That's in line with what we did in the past. On the battery storage legislation, it seems that we got to pivot when emergencies come up, right? I appreciate all our team. We have a great team. Ashley is a great advocate. Maria is a great advocate. And Annette is incredible because there's a lot happening now. And this team of advocates are able to draft letters that are polished, that really articulate our concerns on behalf of our residents, and to do it in lightning speed. So I really want to thank them for being attentive. I saw Ashley testifying on our behalf, speaking on behalf of our residents at the hearings in Sacramento yesterday regarding the funding that would also go towards removal defense for immigrants and funding for nonprofits to help immigrants during these challenging times. That's all greatly appreciated. But when the new emergencies come up, I think we have to talk also to what's on top of the mind. And obviously, with the fire we had, it merits a discussion when we have limited time with our legislators. Certainly, the federal issues going on now that have created a lot of concern for many of our residents, trying to take away birthright citizenship, and then now putting a halt to federal funding and loans. Today, they released a memo yesterday. Today, it was going to go into effect at 5 o'clock today. And luckily, as Maria was speaking, the Associated Press reported a federal judge in D.C. put a temporary halt on that order till Monday, till the next hearing. So hopefully they'll extend it again, but it was only till February 3rd. So a lot is happening that really reminds us how important it is to have our voices heard in different places, whether it's through our county council and litigation, or it's in Washington or Sacramento. That's why this platform is important, because when those issues arise, and if it's part of our platform, our team is able to act without having to come and get an agenda every single time, because we have created goals in our legislative platform. And that's why it's important for the public to know it allows us to move much quicker and respond and provide letters and speak to our legislators on matters that, as a whole, this board has agreed on. And it's really based on what we've been advocating for many years already. I want to thank Annette again and all the team for putting this forward. And I certainly want to just support those two changes, as I think it's important to be able to talk to those things with our federal and state legislators at our workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. I was going to say, it's been an absolute honor to serve as chair of the legislative committee this past year. We have the most professional, incredibly effective legislative advocacy team here in Monterey County. Annette, you are absolutely beyond phenomenal. Maria and our team at NASAMEN, you guys do exceptional work, keeping us updated, staying one step ahead of, I think, where we're thinking about issues, and then making sure that our voices are clearly and loudly and effectively heard in all of the spaces where they need to be heard. So I just want to say thank you, and I feel as much as I think we're going to need to continue to have our voices clearly communicate Monterey County needs and values and legislative priorities. I feel really good that we couldn't have a stronger team in place to go into what we're headed into. So in terms of our legislative platform, again, this is another document that's been sort of evolving over the years, and it's a solid document, and I think it really does a great job of conveying what our departments are working on, what our priorities are, and thanks to, I think, the bigger picture of issues that we've talked about collectively over the years, it was really easy for Supervisor Alejo and I to sit down and say, let's draft out a page that really just touches on some of our county values so that we can have that included in our legislative platform. And really, not easy, but easier for our staff to very quickly say, okay, what are those values? And we just map them out. So on page 9 of our proposed legislative platform, we were able to call out, there's a dozen different issues on page 9 that I think many communities maybe weren't able to just very quickly and effectively put down. But we've been speaking about all of these issues, and our community has been telling us that these are things that they care about for a long time. So I just want to say thank you to my colleagues again for that. We can battle out all sorts of little issues, but on the big issues, like we're collectively together, and we're going to be fighting for our community. In terms of the question about battery storage and adding that as an item, 100%. The language, though, I'm not sure that we're still the largest in the world. So maybe we should just clarify that language as in terms of what we have there. But we were at one point. So definitely include that. And then the other question about opposing HR 32, fully support that. I also did want to just put a shout out to our county departments and our county ERP groups. And I've had some conversations most recently with our LGBTQ ERP group back and forth on email. And I know that this board has a very strong commitment to support the rights of our immigrant community and our LGBTQ community as we just across the board always, but especially as we head into this period of time where people are experiencing their rights, feeling like they're being stripped away. And so I actually went back through, just briefly through our legislative platform and just did some like keyword searches to be like, okay, are we really, does our platform really call out in all of the spaces where we think it does? And I think there's always room for us to improve and embed more of the things that we care about into our language. So I just want to invite more feedback into the plan, and I want to invite your suggested edits, and I want to invite more improvement as we move forward. I think right now we've got a solid plan to move forward, but this is a living document that we're always working on. The Ledge Committee refers to this on a regular basis. If we needed to make a mid-year adjustment and add some more language, like we can do that. And if we need to have an opportunity to include some more language in this plan moving into next year's adoption, we can do that too. So I just wanted to make sure that we were really clearly asking for that feedback. We're adding it in every chance that we get, every time we see it, but we've also got 1,000 other things happening around us. So just because the language isn't here, it doesn't mean we don't want it. We do want to add it, and we'd love your feedback on that.
One small, and it's the ERG groups, right? The ERGs?
Sorry, ERP. I said ERP.
And I was like, don't traumatize me with ERP again. Let's go ERG this time.
ERG, thank you. And I'll say ERG as well as any of our commissions that want to take a look at the legislative platform and say, does the ledge platform match up with the goals of our commission work? Does the ledge platform match up with, what our individual bureaus are doing? We do ask for department head feedback, and really, when you read through it, you'll see that so much of what's in here is specific to county mandates and county functions. But I think the opportunity to add more of our values into the embedded into the document, there's more opportunity to do all of that. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's put so much work and energy into this, and we look forward to continuing to have this document guide us forward. And I think it's a super solid starting place for us to build from. But thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Can we go to Supervisor Daniels?
Thank you, Chair Lopez. I concur. This is fun. I'm really excited to have gotten this presentation. This is really exciting stuff. And I really do want to thank Supervisors Alejo and Askew for the work that you put into the legislative platform that's so on point, and in particular, articulating the values of our county and at this particular time. So that was excellent work. Just a couple thoughts, having just come from working for a legislator who was part of several of the legislative workshops, like the one that's coming on the 7th. It's really important for me to make sure that they are present for when we're talking about what our priorities are and when we're really asking them what we need from the delegation. And so I'm just a suggestion is it sounded like most people are present at 11 a.m. So however the planning goes, just let's make sure that when it's the county presentation that's very clear and direct about what is needed, they're all present to hear it. So however that works out, I know that's something that staff is working on the agenda. We saw it, it looks great, but just a note, like maybe even, if we all have access in different ways to the legislators. And so even if it means the supervisors follow up with direct, letters or whatever to the individual legislators, I just want to make sure they hear the very clear presentation of what the ask is of them. And then, of course, that we get to hear from all of them as well. In terms of HR 32, also 100%. It's in the interest of this particular board member to oppose that federal legislation. And then on the Strategic Grant Services Program, I just wanted to make a comment as a new supervisor because I think I have a perspective that might be a little bit different than what's been expressed in the past in District 5. And I was really happy to see the Carmel Lagoon Adaptive Management Program, Adaptive Management get onto the list of strategic of grants that will be looking for funding for. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is I envision if we're able to solve some of these long-standing problems that have existed for a very long time, we will be in a position where we can stop pulling county resources into areas that take up so much of our public works time, that take up so much really resources that we don't have. And so, as the supervisor for this area, I think that if we can find the funding to do the part of to do the resolution that we can find the capital project part, right? There's a scenic road protective structure, and then work with the community so they can do their part too. Whatever's going to have to happen to ensure that flooding no longer impacts them, there's going to be a part they play. There might be a part that the county plays, but I'm really excited to see this on the list because I think if we can finally, I experienced just in December, the communication that just went back and forth between Public Works, Randy Ishii, and the community, and it was off the charts. It was all night long. It was real engagement with the community. And I'd rather see us in the future get to the point where that's no longer necessary. I guess that's my point. And for projects like Carmel River Free that we heard about, when that project is complete and it's a success, it pulls entire neighborhoods out of the flood zone. And my point is I see that as an opportunity to no longer have to direct so many county resources to flood management in District 5. And so I see hope on the horizon, and I'm very happy about that. So that's in regards to the Strategic Grant Services Program. And then I did have a question in regards to, well, I guess this is just a point. It took me by surprise how many phone calls I've gotten from my district just since last night in regards to the administration's attempt to freeze federal grants and loans. So it was questions about everything from food stamps to student aid. Of course, it triggered my thoughts about disaster assistance, CDBG, like all of these things came up. And so I'm glad to hear about this temporary halt, but I just wanted to put that out on everyone's radar. I'm sure you heard the same thing from your districts, but this is something that it really hit home. If and again, it's a temporary halt. It's a temporary blocking of this freeze, but it made it real what could be coming and how much all of our communities rely on these programs. So just wanted to point that out, that it's I was surprised to get so many calls even on the way to work this morning. And I just also finally want to say that I support the recommendations. It looks like a great plan. I'm looking forward to the legislative workshop to sort of hopefully see a pathway for the biggies like the dam safety repairs and of course the San Lucas water. Looking forward to us being able to have that time with the legislators and being as clear as possible about how we're going to get there and where they come in and how we need their help. And so I think we're teed up to do that. It's really exciting, and very supportive of everything that was presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Church.
Thank you. I want to really thank Ashley, Maria, and Ed, of course, for just their great work of promoting in this county and for having the understanding of the issues that we face here and how they present it at the federal and the state level. It's really great advocacy, and these are all really, really important priorities. I'm don't want to add too much here, but I do want to say that also support the opposition to HR 32, and also want to really appreciate the nimbleness and the to add in this the language on the for the 23-25 legislative platform on the best facilities. It really shows that a real ability just to pull things together as they come up and they come along. I do have a couple of things I want to address on there, just a couple of minor tweaks. I think Supervisor Askew brought up one question about it being the largest facility around. A couple of other things. I just wanted to point out that it wasn't just a gas-fired plant originally, but it was also an oil and gas. And so just to add that in. Also wanted just to point out that it refers two of these incidents resulted in shelter in place issued to the surrounding residential community. Actually, it was one shelter in place and one evacuation of 1,500 people, which is what happened recently. And maybe mention also the closure of Highway 1 as well, which happened both times and is rather significant. In terms of the key objectives, happy with everything that's down there. Just want to add in, particularly in relation to Dr. Aiello's studies that came out yesterday, and because of the environmental sensitivity of the area, that a reference to the best hazardous threats to the surrounding community and environment, if we could put into there, and then also later on impose something about stronger restrictions to ensure local safety and environmental protection is prioritized. That would be the only suggestions I would have.
All right. Overall, I'm appreciative of the plan. There's no words that I can express to this board to share my appreciation for the continued prioritization of San Lucas's need. I'm hoping this is the last year it's at 1, because next year it's solved. We're making a lot of great progress that I can't share about yet, but I am just so hopeful this go round that this will be the last time we have to set this as the top one of the list. I also want to share that for me, broadband, I know it's part of the agenda, but nobody else has mentioned it. I want to continue to just from this dais say how important it is. Of 58 counties in California, 57 have had recommendations for awards. The one county that has not is Monterey County. And we're the birthplace of this particular movement, given the two little girls outside the Taco Bell, that Supervisor Lejo did a great job of promoting that photo to a point that it sparked change in California. And yet our decision will not be made till this Thursday. And I think it's intentional that we're last, and we're applying all the pressure we can. RCRC just posted a video that I made yesterday with kids in our community, leaders, and we're raising as much noise as we can ahead of that decision, knowing that it's not guaranteed to go our way. So just continued appreciation for this board's engagement on the broadband issue as we stare down that final opportunity to bring real change to Southern Monterey County and its need to be connected to the rest of the world. Completely support the addition of the pieces that Supervisor Church called out, and in general, the need for additional regulations around the industry that we're having issues with in Moss Landing today, and look to the legislators and their wisdom to help us piece through where responsibility lies, where things have fallen short in the past. But I think overall what we're looking for is additional accountability and additional opportunity from our boards to have a say as we move forward. So just however that gets played out as we move forward, I appreciate us all remaining engaged in those conversations. To the HR 32 question, opposition obviously in support of that. I want to make sure, I know that there was a couple questions that Annette had for us. Is there anything we haven't touched on yet that you need further clarification on before we go to the public and then wrap this item?
Yeah, that you provided great direction on the best facilities. We did, when I threw that language into the report, it was kind of last minute. So I really appreciate the additional guidance on that one.
Great, thank you.
Chair,
yes.
Can I just say that 100% I support the best facility the inclusion of that language and Supervisor Church's additions and remarks. I just forgot. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. All right. Then with that, let's open this up to the public, invite them to share their thoughts with us. We ask anybody in the room to come forward to the dais, or I'm sorry, to the podium, and folks via Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, in order to be recognized. I see no one coming forward in the room. We'll look to Zoom. No hands up. We'll close public comment, bring it back. Final thoughts from any members of the board? All right, so we have a motion and a second with direction given, including Supervisor Church's additions and corrections to the item regarding power storage in Moss Landing or facilities moving forward for the state of California. And if everybody in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. We've concluded item 18, and I want to thank once again our team, Annette and Ashley and Maria. Your efforts don't go unnoticed. Millions of dollars coming in, even just in the last week. For those who don't know, we were very successful in getting funding for Pajaro, $4 million, and a grant from USDA Rural, as well as a project that has so far flown a little under the radar, but I believe it's nearly $2.5 million to do an assessment of the sewer capacity for the community of Chular. So we're finally going to get a solution hopefully there and determine what's best for that community moving forward to allow them to grow and become the community they want to be. So good news of late. So thank you, Randy and team, for being at the tip of the spear, along with our folks, Maria and Ashley, on both of those. We appreciate you. All right, having concluded item 18, we're going to go to the scintillating item 19, annual traffic report for Carmel Valley. Coming at you, Supervisor Daniels. Chad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and Supervisors. My name is Chad Alineo, Senior Civil Engineer with the County of Monterey Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department. I will be presenting to you the annual traffic monitoring report for Carmel Valley for 2024. I do have a presentation available. If I may, I will share my screen. Hopefully that worked. So as I mentioned, I will be presenting to you the annual traffic monitoring report for Carmel Valley Road. As part of this presentation, I will be giving a brief overview of the general plan policies that require the monitoring, along with identifying which road segments in the Carmel Valley area are required for said monitoring. And I will be presenting the results of our monitoring program. Carmel Valley Master Plan Policy, CV 2.17, specifically requires that Public Works monitor 13 segments that have been pre-established along the Carmel Valley Road area and in the surrounding area along Rio Road and Carmel Rancho Boulevard. 6 of said 13 segments have been predetermined to be monitored twice a year in June and October when school is in session and when school is not in session. The requirements are such that public hearing must be held when the traffic volume counts are within 100 vehicles of the established volumes, or when the percent time spent following is within 1% of the established threshold. And percent time spent following is a metric that is used in the traffic engineering industry to measure operations of 2-lane roadway segments. This slide shows the area that is being monitored. Basically, Carmel Valley Road, as mentioned previously, with segment 1 numbered at the east side of the Carmel Valley Master Plan area, east of Carmel Valley Village, and numbered increasingly as you head towards Highway 1, and segments are also identified along Carmel Rancho Boulevard and Rio Road. This table presents the results for the traffic volumes that were monitored during the 2 periods. The highlighted columns identify the segments that have been predetermined for the specific monitoring. Those are segments 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and segment 10. Based on the information that we have collected at this time, none of the segments that were monitored exceeded the thresholds identified by the master plan policies. This slide presents a comparison of traffic volumes that we collected for 2024 with the previous year. In many instances, folks are interested in understanding how did we do from year to year. In this case, we are comparing how we did. Typically, in the June timeframe, we do see a slight increase, and in October, a slight decrease. This is consistent with the trends that we have seen throughout the years of the monitoring program. This graph is an example of what we do to graphically take a look at how the traffic volumes compare against general plan forecasts, along with the thresholds that have been identified in the master plan. This slide differs slightly from the slides in the attachments to the board report. The board report actually does have a line for the ADT threshold that's identified. We do this for every segment that's being monitored. In the interest of time, I've just provided this as an example, since we've also provided this information on the attachments to the report. This slide shows what the results are for percent time spent following. Again, percent time spent following is a traffic engineering metric that helps us evaluate how roadway segments are doing. It's more of a performance measure that takes into account a lot of things like how much cars we can have on the road and how flow is happening along the roadway. The highlighted segments are the ones that exceeded the thresholds that have been identified for both the monitoring months of 2024. We only have 5 segments here because segment 10 is the 4-lane segment of Carmel Valley Road, and percent time spent following methodology only applies for the 2-lane segments. This information was presented to the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee as required by the policies. This was presented to the committee at their December meeting. In general, the report was received well, but we did receive comments that some of the segments have often exceeded the thresholds, and there has been a lot of construction over the past few years. The comment about the certain segments that exceed the thresholds is a really good observation. One of our committee members noted that these segments typically are in the middle of the valley, right over there in the section where you have all the churches, schools, and retail, retail being Mid-Valley Shopping Center. So it does seem to be a contributing factor to roadway functions in this area. The other comment about construction over the past few years pretty much explains why we're getting a lot of these areas as exceeding the thresholds. As I mentioned, percent time spent following is a metric that takes a look at operations and flow along the roadway. During the monitoring periods, especially the one just in the past October in the fall, just happened to be during one of our county construction projects where we had the Carmel Valley Road Pavement Rehabilitation Project. During that project, there was congestion because of traffic control. We had to do some one-lane traffic control in certain segments, and unfortunately, that contributed to flow considerations on Carmel Valley Road. During the year, we've also had the September Ranch Development Project doing some frontage improvements that may have affected flow, as well as the Carmel Manor sewer line project that also happened within the past couple of years. So the observation that construction has been happening is pretty relevant, specifically to how those activities may have affected our percent time spent following results. So in summary, during this monitoring period for 2024, related to traffic volumes, the volumes that were collected did not exceed any of the thresholds as established by the Carmel Valley Master Plan policies. And in regards to percent time spent following, 3 segments 5, 6, and 7, cumulatively from Loralis Grade out to Schulte Road and past the Mid-Valley area, exceeded the thresholds for percent time spent following. Again, with the observations from staff and from the committee that a lot of activities happened on the roadway segments in those particular areas that may have contributed to the results exceeding the thresholds. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Chad. I'm going to look to my colleagues. Seeing nobody jumping at the microphone, we'll go out to public comment. Invite folks to come forward in the room, raise your hand via Zoom with any comments or questions. Seeing nobody coming forward in the room and no hands up via Zoom, I'll go ahead and bring it back. I believe all we have to do here is accept the report. Receive and accept. Is there a motion to do so? Supervisor Daniels.
I'll make the motion, but I just wanted to make one comment post all the public comment, is that I didn't have the opportunity to attend the Road Advisory Committee where this is also presented every December. So seeing that there's no public comment, and I know we have to do this, but I'd be happy to discuss with council at some point if there's a way to make it be a consent item that would be possible.
Yeah, this has to be a notice public hearing, I believe. I can verify, but I'm pretty certain that it does.
Okay. Well, I look forward to the presentation next year when I'm actually seated on the Road Advisory Committee and hosting that meeting, and I'm sure we'll have a lively discussion, which is important at that location and during that time with the community. Thank you.
So I have a motion. Is there a second? I've got a second now. To keep us on the right side of legal, I'm going to go ahead and officially open the public hearing and once again see if there's any public input on this item. Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Good. All right. And with that, we're going to jump into a presentation from Jackie Atchison, Karen Nordstrand, and Moira LaMontagne from some of our partners. And I believe we have Richard here to introduce the crew.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Board of Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager, and I also have with me Sela Sandoval, Management Analyst for Economic Development. And today you'll be receiving 2 presentations from our development set-aside agencies. And I know we have a new supervisor on board, and so just some background about the Development Set-Aside Program and the agencies. So this program was established back in 1985 by this Board of Supervisors to support and promote economic development through activities conducted by the Monterey County Film Commission, Monterey County, or the Arts Council for Monterey County, the Monterey County Business Council, and the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, or now known as C Monterey. And with that, today we will have 2 of the 4 presenting. And the first presenters that we have are right here to my left. We have Karen Nordstrand, Film Commissioner, and Moira LaMontagne, Office Administrator for the Monterey County Film Commission. take it away.
Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon to Chair Supervisor Lopez, Board of Supervisors, and welcome to Supervisor Daniels. Thanks for this opportunity to present the half-year update on the accomplishments and the impact of the nonprofit Monterey County Film Commission. As Richard said, we're one of the DSA partners. I'm Karen Nordstrand, your Monterey County Film Commissioner, and joining me is Moira LaMountain, our Film Office Administrator. We've worked hard to bring the positive economic impact of film production here, and note that nearly $138 million has come into Monterey County from the film industry since we were established by the Board of Supervisors in 1987. Next slide, please.
No, leave it on this slide.
Oh, you're so fast. Yes, we're going to talk about the benefits for the county. We've been busy bringing benefits to the County of Monterey and its residents as we help attract and assist film productions here, providing prompt responses to inquiries as needed in this fast-moving and very competitive industry. As one of only 45 certified film commissioners worldwide, that's out of more than 360 film commissions in 40 countries, I'm trained by the Global Association of Film Commissioners International, which is the AFCI, trained in best practices for helping filmmakers. We keep the county locations top of mind as a desirable film-friendly place for projects and help hundreds of locals get jobs and updated work experience. In the first half of this fiscal year, we're happy to report that on-location film production brought $1.7 million in economic impact to Monterey County communities and residents and contributed to TOT. There was a wide range of projects that came to film here, independent feature films, online videos, commercials, documentaries, and fashion shoots, still advertisements, and more. Car brands were featured in videos and TV shows at and around the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance and the races at WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca. Our Monterey Bay Animal Life was the focus of BBC and National Geographic documentary. And there's exciting and timely news to report about a documentary film short produced by Monterey County filmmakers with deep ties to Salinas and King City. Their film, called The Long Valley, features the daily lives and landscape in the agricultural communities in Salinas Valley and blends Spanish dialogue with English subtitles. Out of 11,153 submissions, only 57 film shorts were selected by the prestigious 2025 Sundance Film Festival in Utah, and the film will have its premiere screening there this week. Next slide. There we go.
We are more than halfway to our film goals in the July to December reporting period. We missed our local goal of local spend by 5% due to smaller and shorter length productions, as well as challenges with weather, road closures, and a slower than expected rebound after the various union strikes in Hollywood. We've also contended with the annual county moratorium on film shoots that require intermittent traffic control, that's ITC commonly, on Highway 1 during the summer months between Memorial Day ending on Labor Day. The upper row of this chart shows that there have been 70 productions. We're at 56% of our goal, and a local spend of $1.7 million, 45% of that goal. The lower left shows our marketing efforts have made 1.2 million impressions or views at 52% of goal on MCFC's global advertising and promotional efforts. And the lower right shows that we have had 28 collaborations and partnerships with local businesses and organizations, 55% of our community engagement goal. I'm happy to announce that the Monterey County Film Commission was selected to be one of 6 Pick It Up and Pay It Forward nonprofit partners working with Coastal Route Hospitality in 2025. During the months of March and April, 10% of all takeout orders from Tarpe's, Montreo, and Rio Grill will benefit Monterey County Film Commission and further help us leverage our DSA funding. Next slide, please. In this period, we welcomed productions including a feature film called Maintenance Required, which filmed scenes in Pacific Grove at the California Seltzer Company at Lovers Point, on Seaside's General Jim Moore Boulevard, and on Highway 1. This Amazon film will be released later this year. We've also had Brand USA and BBC Tourism video spotlighting Carmel by the Sea, an episode of TV's 90 Day Fiancé, which filmed in Monterey. We had fashion shoots by LL Bean, Todd Schneider, and Tom Ford, which utilized sites in several Big Sur state parks, on Highway 1, at Asilomar State Park, Monterey's Cannery Row, as well as Point Lobos. And we've had a local Salinas filmmaker's independent film entitled Peninsula Nights, filmed locally in Carmel, Monterey, and had a scene at the Rustique Winery in Salinas Valley. We've had video projects at the Salinas Valley State Prison, on business ventures, and an Empathy in Action production filmed at the state's correctional training facility in Soledad. Next slide, please, and leave it there.
We're marketing partners. Yeah, we're there. We're marketing partners with the California Film Commission, which is an economic development department within the governor's Office of Business and Economic Development called GoBiz. GoBiz works to attract, retain, and expand business opportunities in California. The California Film Commission administers the state's film and television tax credit program, funded at $330 million each year to help stop runaway production to other states and global jurisdictions. Increasingly larger productions, movies, TV series, now initially look to save on their budgets by first searching for attractive incentive programs, along with infrastructure and crew base. A recent example is the new film, A Complete Unknown, the Bob Dylan biopic. Well, they went to New Jersey due to the financial incentives they were offered, and there on that film, they've even doubled our Monterey County Fairgrounds stage, adorning the set with a banner proclaiming Monterey Folk Festival 1963, but it was actually in New Jersey. What was I going to say about that?
You're up here.
Oh, yeah, so I'm sorry. So Governor Newsom is now proposing to the state legislature to increase the California incentive program to $750 million annually, which would be essentially doubling the funds and making California is the highest cap program in the country, with tax credits becoming refundable for the first time. This incentive could be very important to attract film business, especially now after the disastrous fires and the devastating effects on the film industry workers and productions that we work with regularly. The incentive program benefits below-the-line workers, not celebrities. Most entertainment jobs are created by small businesses with fewer than 10 employees. Since this film incentive program began in 2009, film producers have spent $26 billion in California. And we like that there's a up to 10% credit boost for selected productions that film outside the Los Angeles film zone, like in places like Monterey County. Next slide.
There are so many job opportunities within film production. MCFC works closely with location scouts who are assigned to find a site that realizes the director's vision and meets the producer's budget. Once a location has been selected, many other professional crew positions are filled, ideally with locals. Most productions spend on vendors and support services, such as hotels, catering, props, everything from security guards to marine craft. And film crews also spend their per diem locally on dining, shopping, and other activities in support of our small businesses. Our Film Commission's production resource guide allows all filmmakers access to an online production directory where local crew, vendors, and support services can create a free listing for greater visibility, as well as promote Monterey County crew, talent, and services to key production decision makers. Over the past year, the Monterey County Film Commission has restarted our Hollywood in Your Backyard industry mixers to reconnect with and to further identify our Indigenous film crew base throughout Monterey County. We have held these meetings in Salinas, Monterey, Carmel. If anyone would like more information, please visit filmmonterey.org and join our e-newsletter list to stay informed. Next slide.
We create advertising for print and online exposure, highlighting the variety of film locations in Monterey County and offering our free services to the film industry. Placements are made in select statewide, national, and global media outlets that go directly to film professionals and content creators, as well as to worldwide film festivals such as Cannes and Sundance. We also have obtained earned media placements in such film industry magazines as Location California and the Destination Film Guide. And we've increased social media activity and MCFC's web presence. We collaborate for savings via co-op promotions through the affiliations with industry organizations such as Film Liaisons in California statewide, known as FLIX, the Location Managers Guild International, and the Film USA Group, as well as AFCI and the California Film Commission. We represent the County of Monterey at location shows, receive professional development training at AFCI's Cineposium, and help sponsor film industry events such as the California On Location Awards in Los Angeles, honoring top film professionals working in California jurisdictions. Next slide, please.
Monterey County Film Commission helps all types of productions from all around the globe. Here is a compliment we received from a music video producer, which reads in part, "The team at the Monterey County Film Commission not only went above and beyond, but they did it at warp speed. I'm not sure our music video would have been pulled off without them. Everything went great." We are very grateful for your time and continued financial support of the Development Set-Aside program.
So please know, as we head into 2025, we continue to attract and assist a variety of productions to boost the clean, non-polluting film and media industry here and continue to drive economic growth. That's a wrap for our presentation today.
Thank you. You want to do questions now or wait till
we were going to ask that we hold them till after the last
one? You got it. All right. Thank you both.
Perfect. And next up, we have Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of Arts Council for Monterey County.
Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Supervisors. Welcome, Supervisor Daniel, CAO De La Rosa. Okay. As you probably know, the Arts Council has been the county's official arts agency. We've been partnering with you since 1985. I appreciate you providing us this opportunity to come and talk to you and tell you what we've been doing over the past 6 months with the county's investment. The county's investment in the Arts Council is about 25% of our annual revenue this year. And on average, every dollar invested in the arts generates $5 to $7 economic activity through local spending, job creation, and tourism. So that equals about $4.2 million for this year. Next slide, please. So this year, we are following some guidelines, new guidelines from the Economic Development Committee, and we have 4 focuses, 4 goals. The first one is economic development. Economic development consists of targeted activities and programs that work to improve the economic well-being and quality of life of a community. The creative sector is about $1.5 billion and about 15,000 jobs in Monterey County. So one of the ways we do this is that we increase capacity for nonprofits to expand their arts programs and events through our re-granting program. This past fall, we re-granted $212,000 over 42 arts organizations. And I want to thank the board supervisors who attended that event. That was great to have them there. We know that the grantees really appreciate seeing you. We were also able to increase our grant award from $5,000 to $7,500 thanks to additional funding from the Packard Foundation. Next slide. We also facilitate access to entry for under-resourced and underrepresented artists and groups by providing affordable artist studios and gallery space to assist in the launching or expanding of their art business. We have at the Artworks here in Salinas downtown, 14 artists exhibiting there. And this year, within the last year, we were able to increase our sales by 200%. Next slide. Can you raise it up? Because there's wording under there. There you go. Thank you. We also curate the annual art exhibit here in the Government Center and in the CAO's Conference Center, featuring about 30 to 40 artists. And this will be on display through December this year. We'll probably hold a reception in May, and awarding the top 3. And also, so you know, most of the paintings here are for sale. Next slide. Our second goal is workforce development. We provide free professional development programs on starting and building arts businesses, marketing, promotion, HR laws, et cetera, for artists and arts organizations. To date, we've held 2 for this year, one on emerging videographers and one on boosting your business with engaging customers. This Friday, we're having one on the HR laws, the new laws that came into effect January 1st. Next slide. Prop 28, as you probably all know, passed in November 2022. This provided $1 billion for arts and music education in our schools. Part of the problem with this is that it requires 80% of the funding to go to credentialed art and music teachers. And a recent study came out that said we need about 5,500 new arts and music teachers credentialed here in California, about 285 just in our region. So we're working on partnering with CSUMB, Hartnell, other local college, community colleges, the Arts Council of San Benito and Santa Cruz to build a pipeline and create a credentialing program at CSUMB. It's going to take a few years still to do this, unfortunately, and this allows the schools districts to hold on to this money. I think we have about 12 million here in Monterey County. And we also applied for grant funding to support this effort through the Uplift Job First program, and we did receive it, which was awesome. So that will help us. Next slide, please. So this is a part of developing the artist workforce is offering opportunities such as this new mural that's going to come up in Chular. This was at the direction of Supervisor Lopez and Aleo. And I think we'll be starting this in March and with an unveiling scheduled for April. We have Hanif Pani is going to be painting it, and we've already created a sign to honor the Braceros, where the lottery sign is. Next slide, please. So our third goal is marketing, and we do a lot of that. This is Open Studios, which we took over this year in 2024. We were very fortunate to increase the number of our participants from 80 to 150, an 87% increase in our first year. We did a survey afterwards. 42% were first-time participants. 87% plan to participate again in this year. And we're adding a mural tour to the free mobile apps, and that will be ongoing. We also had about 50% of our artists respond to the survey we did, and we estimate, well, we know we did at least $200,000 in sale, maybe more from those who didn't participate in the survey. Next slide, please. And we also participate in a lot of community events and festivals. We're at you can see the different ones we go to, Carmel Bach, Alisal Family Resources, EOS del Sol ribbon cutting. Also this past year, we held 5 community input workshops to find out what the districts, the different communities want or need from the Arts Council. We had that presented to our board on Saturday, and so we'll be making some updates from that. Next slide, please. So for marketing, as 80% of participants at large festivals are from outside the county, we leverage digital marketing channels, social media, email marketing, website, and online advertising to reach a broader audience. We even reached outside the county for the open studios tours. Our cultural road trip is on our website and also on the See Monterey app, and it's promoted really a lot during the large events such as the AT&T Pro-Am and Monterey Car Week. Next slide, please. And the fourth focus is on collaborations and partnerships. We partner with See Monterey, local chambers, and businesses to promote arts and cultural events to attract visitors to the area, stimulating spending on lodging, dining, shopping, and entertainment. We also collaborate with cities and developers on mural projects, art villages, live-work revitalization projects, which increase property values while enhancing the neighborhood. We recently completed 3 murals for the city of Soledad. The 2 lower ones are Jose Ortiz, which are going to go on the United Way, the Midtown Alley. And the art park is in Sand City, and that's actually going to be, well, they're talking about adding live work and a green space to that area. I'm also meeting with the city of Marina on Thursday to talk about their proposed arts village. Next slide. So this is just a small portion of all the programs and services the Arts Council provides. We also provide arts and music education to approximately 15,000 students throughout the county, and our Arts for Healing programs through community partners such as Rancho Cielo, Set Free Monterey, Chispa, Gathering for Women, Allen Friends, and the Veterans Transition Center. We have grant programs for individual artists and college arts scholarships for high school seniors. And in partnership with the California Arts Council, we organize and host the annual Poetry Out Loud competition, which is this Saturday at Marina Library at 1 p.m. if you'd like to come by, as well as leading the Poet Laureate and the Youth Poet Laureate programs for the county. And in summary, supporting the arts in Monterey County is not just an investment in creativity, but also in the economic vitality, education, and well-being of the entire community. Thank you for this partnership.
Thank you, Jackie. And Chair Lopez, those are the 2 presentations we have for you. We will have 2 more coming up near the end of the fiscal year, and we're open to any questions if you'd like to call back either the DSA partners or for myself or Isela.
I would like to have the Film Commission folks come up. I don't typically grill folks in public, but one of your slides got some of my constituents very angry, and they want to know which couple was it from 90 Day Fiancé who was filming in Monterey County, and when will that episode air?
I cannot tell a lie. I don't really know.
Oh, no. Okay.
But, yeah, they ended up filming, I think, just in a rental house for a day.
Okay.
It was small.
All right. That's it.
That's going to be an ongoing mystery.
I don't know if it'll appease my constituents, but they did reach out as soon as they saw that on your slide. So thank you very much, and thank you for what you're doing. Appreciate it. I want to go to Supervisor, see if there's additional questions. Supervisor Daniels?
Thank you so much. I'll stick with the Film Commission since you're here, and really appreciate your presentation. I would be remiss as the representative from Big Sur if I didn't mention what folks tell me all the time, which is related to some other questions I have, but there was a slide from the website that I did see just a corner of the Bixby Bridge, and I get the question all the time, can you just tell everyone not to promote the Bixby Bridge because the secret's out, it's a filming location. So that would be one just comment. But then also, I'm struck by, being here in Salinas now all the time, and I've actually, in past jobs gone on a tour with Supervisor Lopez, and it was at the time with Simone Salinas down to the lakes. And I just think of all of the locations throughout both the Salinas Valley and here in the city of Salinas. When I'm driving around Salinas, I just see Art Deco locations. I see our incredible building right across the street here, which just seems like such a great example of a period in time, as well as all the Victorians around Salinas. And I love seeing Steinbeck House on the website that you showed us the slide for. And so I just wanted to ask a question in terms of when you highlighted all of the locations, primarily Pacific Grove, Carmel, Monterey, Seaside, Monterey Peninsula, there was some Salinas, but what efforts do you engage in to make sure people know that we have so much more to offer here than just the Monterey Peninsula and the coast?
Yeah, well, we have a sizzle reel that we developed that shows the locations. It's online. It's on our website. We're always trying to say we're more than the shore. It's kind of one of our little taglines. And for a production to come here, it's a big undertaking. And so certainly and a financial risk. So certainly when they look at, if they have a script that sounds like Monterey, their first thought will be more the peninsula locations. But then that's where we step in too when we're dealing with these location scouts and say, what else is in the, what other locations will you be looking for? And sometimes they're surprised when we can say, we can save you money because we got that here in the Salinas Valley if you want farmland or you want an agricultural looking field or a rustic ranch like a rustic winery. So we just kind of qualify each production as they come. And the other things we do, if we go to location shows, we certainly have a variety of images to project. And many of these locations have been shot in the valley, but people don't always know because they're smaller or they're videos and they're on private property. We had New Holland farm equipment filming, Soledad and Salinas. There's just a lot of productions going on private properties that people aren't aware of that are utilizing our inland locations as well.
Great. I mean, just to reiterate, when I'm down at the lakes, I just see this open canvas, right? So many opportunities for a variety of different types of locations.
Yeah, and we've added ranches to in Big Sur as well as Salinas Valley. We've had a Japanese mayonnaise commercial in the lettuce fields here. Oprah came to Salinas with her book club a few years ago. We've had Bandits, the movie that filmed downtown Salinas. So
great.
When the script has an opportunity to be translated, we're more than happy to do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Can I also mention that if there are anybody, residents listening that would like their properties listed, you can go to our website to the locations page and shoot us an email, send us an interior and exterior picture, and we'll get right on that.
Great. Supervisor Alejo.
I first want to just say I think it's important for any county, especially along the coast, to stay competitive with our other tourist destinations, to be able to have a film commission that has all the expertise to be able to assist in that process and to be able to explain other possibilities for folks that are not familiar with their counties. I think you play a valuable role. And for Jackie at the Arts Council, it's just been a pleasure working with her because to see these public art projects pop up all over the county has really made a tremendous difference. I know here for Old Town that it's revitalized tremendously from what it was like 10 years ago. To see additional projects come through, it's really a tremendous thing. And Jackie and all the artists who works there, me and Chris have been working with her and just back and forth and getting things done on a really fast timeline. I just wanted to speak on the DSA formula, because I know we have our Economic Development Committee, Mr. Vaughn. Our next meeting is not till March, but I know our committee members just wanted to take a look at that, the DSA formula again at our next meeting in March before we have our budget town hall, just to give the committee members and all of you an opportunity to say what should we be recommending to the board this year. So I want to say it's a priority, and it should the economic development should have more extensive discussions on this topic, because I know it's important for you, it's important for our county, but some of our committee members just wanted to have that discussion at our next meeting. So Mr. Vaughn has already done that. So I want to invite you to join us for that then. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew?
It's been a long January, but I just want to say thank you for the presentation and for I'm appreciating, I know I've been asking for it, but I appreciate the metrics and the clear, this is where we're at, this is what they're the goals, this is what we're looking to achieve, this is how we're, making progress towards achieving our goals. So thank you for that. And I think, I continue to have conversations, my feedback with Jackie one-on-one in terms of, how can we make sure that we're equitable in our distribution and of resources. I think maybe a little bit to Supervisor Daniel's comments about we have historically made investments in certain areas, but how do we use the county's resources to make sure that we're broadening those investments? Because we know that those investments will continue to be made where people know about them, but how do we use county dollars to ensure that we're expanding that out? I think that's the benefit and the promise of economic development investment from county resources. So that's my continued intention and continued hope and continued ask of all of our economic development set-aside funded partners. But thank you you're doing it. Thank you for continuing to do it, and look forward to where we go from here.
So let me open it up for public comments, see if we have any public input on this. Invite folks in the room. Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Nick Pasculi has his hand up.
Mr. Pasculi.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I just wanted to reiterate how helpful both the Monterey County Film Commission and the Monterey County Arts Council have been to the county and the county administrative office. We often look to them for helping us with research and getting information when we're trying to put together public information pieces to help educate our community. And of course, the Art Commission has been helpful since the times of COVID with actually helping us appeal to younger people and younger audience on safety messages. So I just want to applaud them and recognize them for the work they do for the county and the value they add to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. No other hands. We're going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back. And so is my final shout out. I know I pulled you to the dais. My apologies for having you stand up there alone. I do want to thank Jackie and the Arts Council for everything they do. Both the stairways in this facility are painted in a real tribute to the people who have made Monterey County the place that it is today, historically and looking forward based on what's in the stairwell here behind you. And it means a lot. I know a lot of folks have commented on what it means to be able to look up at that wall and see themselves reflected in the art. And to Supervisor Alejo's point about the speed and responsiveness, you move too fast at times, even for me. I throw an idea at her and she's like, all right, here's 17 options. Here's the different financing. Yes, go pick one. And I'm like, oh, slow down, Jack. Give me a week. And that's while she's on vacation, let me point out. I appreciate the speed, the responsiveness, and the way that you've helped bring art to communities that typically have not had it in Southern Monterey County in a way that most folks could never imagine. I see so many people stopping to take photos with those pieces, and the piece you debuted today for us, which I know Supervisor Alejo and I have had a chance to give some input on and see in draft mode, is one that I'm just so excited to see go up in the community of Chular in the next quarter. That community's been looking for a marker, a way to set themselves apart, and I believe that this installation is going to do that. So thank you for your partnership, to you and your team for always being there for community. We appreciate you. Final thoughts from any supervisors? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for the presentations. We appreciate it. Thank you. No motion needed. It was just received. All right, with that, we're going to go to the team led by Roxanne Wilson on the policy for addressing encampments, and we'll go ahead and give them the floor.
Sorry, give us 1 second.
Chair Lopez, while they're getting ready, I just timed today wrong. And so I'm trying to arrange for a child pickup that's by 5 o'clock. And so I'll keep everybody posted. But at 4:20, I may have to get to a school, but I'm doing my best.
So I'm going to have some conversations here, sidebars, knowing that I'll likely lose quorum at 5 o'clock, even with you. So let me have some conversations here and look at what's left at the agenda and see how we're going to rearrange this.
I got to catch a flight to San Diego, and I got to leave by 5.
We'll go as fast as we can, but we are unable to open the presentation. Okay. Try it. Okay. They're checking with IT to see what's going on. I do. We can. Give me 1 second. I am not connected to anything. I think it might be this one. Sorry, give us 1 more second. I apologize. This changed since the last time I was up here. Nope, and it puts me in a bad position. It is. This is my PowerPoint, and hopefully it's the right one. And should we wait for Supervisor Daniels and Supervisor Church?
Please go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable chair and members of the board, members of the public. My name is Roxanne Wilson. I'm the County Homeless Services Director. With me is Cindy Georger, and she is the main analyst that took lead on drafting the attached policies that's within your packet. So today we are asking for the board's consideration on a series of actions or a series of requests that would hopefully create a comprehensive package on how the county would respond to illegal homeless encampments. The first action is consider adopting an encampment resolution policy, which was included inside of your packet. And the purpose of this policy is really for us to create a comprehensive, deliberate, and compassionate approach to address encampments, specifically on county-owned property and in unincorporated public lands. There are certain principles and procedures that the county would adhere to when we are considering how we address specific encampments. I think what we're trying to do is create a systematic approach to help us determine which level of intervention is appropriate per encampment. And again, we are also looking at assessing the health and welfare and safety concerns for individuals that live within the encampment and also those who are living in surrounding areas. You may all recall that in 2018, the Ninth Circuit Court had ruled in Martin versus Boise that it was unconstitutional for local jurisdictions to criminalize homelessness essentially when there were no homeless shelters available or alternative places offered. However, in 2024, in the case of City of Grants Pass versus Johnson, this U.S. Supreme Court had essentially overturned Martin versus Boise, giving the authority to local jurisdictions for us to enforce when we needed to on individuals who are camping in public spaces. And almost immediately to follow, Governor Gavin Newsom had signed Executive Order N-124 that ordered state agencies to immediately address dangerous encampments on state rights of ways and also urged counties and cities to do the same. I think it's also important for us to note that the County of Monterey is the recipient of 3 encampment resolution funding grants totaling approximately $20 million, which address 3 of the 4 largest encampments in unincorporated areas. And you may have saw that in the governor's announcement for his proposed budget for 25-26, he did include another $100 million in encampment resolution funding, but he did imply that this funding would only be for communities that have approved policies and procedures for encampments. It's also important for us to note that he was not clear on whether those approved policies were, if he intended that to be approved on a local level or on a state level. But the proposed policies that we have in front of you today are closely aligned with those of Caltrans, and we do believe that if the state did require them to approve the policies, that it would be approved because of the fact that we'd aligned them to Caltrans. You will notice throughout the proposed policies that there are some key tenets woven throughout there. The first one is that the county is committed to addressing homelessness with compassion, dignity, and respect. And we do acknowledge that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to encampments, and that we do need to create, again, some systematic assessment of needs, cost benefits, and experience of those within and outside the encampment. We also want to ensure that the county is collaborating with our outside partners, particularly the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers and the Lead Me Home continuum of care, to ensure that people who are displaced from encampments have access and prioritization into homeless programs. This work is already starting to move on the COC side. They are very much aware that the Board of Supervisors is reviewing the proposed policies today, and they are revving up their engines and coordinating their services to line up with the county's, how the county moves forward from this point on. And there's also something to note that encampments that pose immediate risk to health and safety will require a course of action up to and including encampment clearing. Sometimes this would be an exception to the rule, which we will later on talk about when it comes down to the noticing requirements. We did develop these these policies under the guiding principles with public health and safety at the forefront, also human rights and dignity, community relations, resource allocation, and efficiency. Clearly, we don't have an exorbitant amount of resources to assist everyone or to respond with the full force of the county. But also, we're looking at long-term solutions to end homelessness. Some of the key collaborators on the proposed policies, of course, is my office, the Sheriff's Office, Public Works Facilities and Parks, the Department of Social Services, Environmental Health Bureau, and someone who I did not mention but certainly is worth mentioning is the folks over at 911 Dispatch. We had a meeting with them that was very, very helpful, and they are also ready and willing to help redirect phone calls for non-emergency encampments back to our office. It is the hope that this relieves the Sheriff's Office from having to respond immediately, and it does give us the opportunity to try to get the folks to move on their own using other resources like street outreach. The major components that you'll see within the proposed policy is divided into identification and assessment. There is already an existing GIS-enabled form that is available, in which our team now has access to and is monitoring closely. The local outreach team will be dispatched under the initial policy, and then, of course, we would create an encampment resolution team composed of different departments within the county, and sometimes we may need to include outside partners to help us with the encampment intervention. We are looking at 3 different interventions. Of course, outreach and service linkages should be included in almost every single one, absent an emergency situation. We do have voluntary cleanup and decontamination services and of course, encampment closure when necessary. Storage is a big one. We are proposing 90 days of storage. We do that now, even though it's not technically a policy, so we're just trying to incorporate that into an actual policy at the county. There's 72 hours of notice, and also record keeping will now be housed at the County Administrative Office Homelessness Strategies and Initiatives team. The next thing we are asking the board to do is to consider adopting a resolution affirming the board's commitment to homelessness response policies and practices that are comprehensive, evidence-based, deliberate, compassionate, and effective. Inside of the board resolution, it really does just underline that we understand and acknowledge that this is a very complex situation. We do not have enough housing. We do not have enough shelter beds. But what we do have is compassion, and we are able to embed policies and procedures with evidence-based best practices, including Housing First, which is a California state law anyway, trauma-informed care, harm reduction strategies, et cetera. I think that the board resolution is an important factor. Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors had just approved a very similar resolution. And this, because so many other agencies and entities look to the county for leadership when it comes to how we're going to address homelessness, this does just set the standard and the precedence that here in Monterey County, we are going to consider the human beings that are being impacted by homelessness, and we're going to do everything we can to get them back into housing in the most compassionate way we can. And then finally, we are asking the board to consider approving CAO De La Rosa or her designee to execute a memorandum of understanding for a 1-year term with Access Support Network to provide medicine loss prevention services during an encampment cleanup. During our investigations on how the county currently handles encampment cleanups, it was unveiled that we do not have the resources or the structures for us to store medication that was found during an encampment cleanup. I think it's important to note that most of the people who are experiencing homelessness are on Medi-Cal. This is taxpayers who are paying for those medications. And while we cannot store the medication, I think that we can do things to try to prevent those who are being impacted by encampment cleanups from losing them. So our office has engaged with Access Support Network and Central California Alliance on Health for us to determine what is the best strategy to ensure that individuals are not losing their medication, many of which is life-saving. And we were able to come up with a solution utilizing Access Support Network, which coincidentally is the county's regional street outreach provider. So this is just, my apologies. This is just adding on to an agreement that we have with them and putting them in a position to where they could work directly with us and Access Support Network to ensure folks are not losing their medication. So again, our intention today is for us to prevent a comprehensive approach to how the county should address encampments. We do anticipate that should the board approve these policies, we will come back in at least a year for us to talk about how things are going and if there is any recommended changes to the said policies. I am here to answer any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Comments from the board before we go to the public?
Yeah,
Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. Just start by saying we had a chance to review a version of this draft at the Homelessness Committee, and I want to give credit to our great team and all the folks who were able to work to bring this policy, to put this policy together. There was a great dialogue. There were a lot of folks on that call, or at that meeting. We were all on Zoom, but at the meeting who weighed in. I don't know if we've got a lot here in the audience with us today, but we had a lot of feedback, and I do want to just acknowledge how innovative and proactive the work that Roxanne is doing with the Access Support Network to develop policy in a path so that people can continue to have access to their medication. I think we all know how difficult it can be in the best of circumstances to keep prescriptions filled, and if you've lost a prescription, to get it refilled. And in traumatic situations that are already traumatic, to lose medication that's difficult to get to have in the first place. So I just really want to acknowledge, I think that's a best practice that we're developing as we go, and I think that there's a lot that we'll be able to learn as we implement this. this. And I think that there's a lot that other communities will be able to learn from as we implement this as well. So I just want to thank you and acknowledge, like, it takes someone who really cares about doing what's right to find solutions that don't already exist, to have those implemented so that people have a traumatic experience be just slightly less traumatic, and know that people are looking out for them. So thank you. I think it embodies everything that we've talked about. And then as far as the actual policy, I think it's clear. It outlines, what needs to happen, and some of the changes that we made in it. I think they're fine. But the one that, the one sort of a group you were able to include in the presentation, sort of the principles by which we're moving forward really are around public health and safety, human rights and dignity, community relations, resource allocation and efficiency, and really that dedication to a long-term commitment to solution for homelessness. And so those aren't now highlighted in the policy as they were in the initial draft, but I do think that those are the action, those are the values that we are moving forward with, and they're embedded into everything that's the rest of the policy actually speaks to. So thank you for the work, Roxanne. I think our other cities in the county will be able to look at this and use this as a guide. I had an opportunity to present at the Seaside Homeless Commission, maybe it was last week, and they're very interested in seeing our draft once it's adopted so that they can consider what's included and think about how they may make recommendations to the city council in Seaside. So thank you for the work. I'm fully supportive of what's being presented to us and just want to recognize the innovation and the commitment to finding solutions that we've got here in front of us today.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, as another member of the committee wanted to, and the chair of our continuum of care wanted to thank Roxanne and the whole team. I think it was a thoughtful process in drafting this document. And certainly for a county of our size, it was important to have that guidance. So when we do carry these out, as we know, probably all in our district at some point, we've had to deal with this. It's not an easy issue. We're dealing with human beings that are sometimes in a bad predicament, sometimes dealing with ongoing issues. And we have homeless residents that are in a lot of different situations. You can't just describe a few people that you come across as that's all homeless. As we know, there's chronically homeless and there's folks that would just have recently faced that. So we have to deal with all our residents. And I think it is an important responsibility. But when we do have to do these, as unfortunate as it may be, to address other public nuisance and other concerns coming from the community, that we have the guidance that tries to implement the best practices, also tries to do it as respectful and with dignity for the people that we are interacting with. And I want to thank Roxanne. Also, some of my concerns that was expressed in the committee are reflected here. I'm good with that. So I think that's the proper way of trying to sometimes make some adjustments, but in the end, I think it's a good document that's workable. And as we learn, as we carry this, so we need to make changes in the future, so be it, right? It's a working document. It's not going to stay the way it is today from what we learned 2-3 years from now. So I'm supportive, Roxanne. Thank you. Again, it's a reminder, having your expertise helps us as a county do a better job in carrying out this work. I want to thank our CAO and our county council that were also involved in looking this document over. But I think for the public, I said we're thoughtful on carrying all aspects of our work, but homelessness is a top priority, and we should do it right and be thoughtful and utilizing the best practices of the information that we know that's out there. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, and Roxanne, thank you so much, and to everybody who participated in this. I really appreciated the policies and that are outlined in this resolution, and I'm clearly very compassionate, realistic. They're written from experience. I had one experience of being at an encampment when it was cleared in District 5, and all of the issues that the individuals who are living there faced are addressed in these policies, and that's so important. You're also addressing the public health challenges, but also, public health issues, but also while recognizing the loss of your personal items and making every effort to ensure that folks have access to their personal items, as well as this MOU to make sure that folks can get medicine that truly is life-saving. So I support it all, and it's wonderful to come into a job and folks have already completed work like what you presented today. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the public, see if we have any input. Invite folks in the room first to come forward, and anybody else on Zoom to raise their hand via the reactions tab or *9 via landline. See no one in room, no hands via Zoom. We'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back. I'll give you a little more of a charge here. I did save my comments for last. The projects in the Salinas Valley have stumbled, and in that we have had proliferation in certain encampments. And I don't want to get to a point where we have a conflict that puts us on any sort of a national news or any other sort of situation that might create more issues for our community. So I'm just hoping we can move as quickly as possible and prioritize the projects that I know are in the pipe and make this the year of Roxanne. And by that, I mean, let's put some housing on the map in a way. I know we've stumbled and not for our own lack of trying or our own efforts. I know what has led to that, but as we move forward here, it's time to bring some progress to the Salinas Valley on this issue. So I appreciate this document. I think it's good guidance. I know that it hasn't always been smooth sailing, but I appreciate your leadership in getting it to us. And as we look forward, I'm just hoping that, again, we see a lot of success in the Salinas Valley this year, given the willingness of our communities to be part of the solution and our success in drawing down dollars, sometimes more times than should happen to complete some of these projects. But thank you, Roxanne.
Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Alejo.
2 points I forgot to. One was along your lines because I just had communication with Roxanne about this yesterday and Sonia, our CEO. Yes, I think Roxanne has been working really hard for some of the projects that were stalled and set back, trying to save at least a couple of those projects in King City and one in Salinas. Roxanne has been working hard with some other partners. I think that's important, but also important for all of us to understand that should be one of our goals when Roxanne presents, because some of the monies that we do get from HAP, it's used to run existing programs like our Share Center, Casa Noche Buena. We got to keep those operating, so they take a big chunk of that funding. But to bring new projects online, because we are getting developers interested, to do more hotel conversions, which are the cheapest way to provide housing for the folks that are in some of these encampments. But they want to be competitive with other funding they're trying to get. They got to have 3 years of advanced funding, and they're trying to get those commitments from us, from our continuum of care. And sometimes that's difficult because the money's already kind of stretched in many directions. But I think that's a challenge for Roxanne and these projects, and for us, because it's really our goal, and our progress report should be 2-3 years. We got 100, 200 more units to put people in. I mean, we should have that as a simple goal of making progress. And the only other thing, Roxanne, I forgot to ask you earlier, was just what about private lands? Will we develop a property of private lands? Because I got an inquiry not too long ago of a private property owner in Pajaro. He goes, what do I need to do to engage the sheriff? Who do I call first? What kind of notice do I got to give? So there's some private property owners that are, eventually they need the assistance of the sheriff to remove people who are trespassing on their property, but because this only is for public lands, as you rightly made clear at the beginning, but I think we need some kind of guidance for us to say what happens for those complaints that come from private property owners down the road.
We can put together something for private property owners. It is a different tract because it's more of an abatement situation. So they would have to work with the sheriff's office to sign documentation saying that they don't want people trespassing. It is a different tract, but we can certainly put something together for your board and also for our website so people can know what to do in those circumstances.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Okay.
Final thoughts from the board. All right, given none. The action before us was to receive a presentation and then consider adopting the encampment resolution policy as well as a resolution and approving and authorizing the CAO to sign that MOU that was talked about with ASN. So got a motion and a second. Any additional direction? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done and efficient. That was about 20 minutes total.
Told you, people got planes to catch.
We'd allotted 45 minutes, so based on that record, Ara, you have 15 minutes set. So just want to lay out that challenge for you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and, I believe, recess the Board of Supervisors and reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And as we call to order, let the record reflect that 4 members of this board are present, with Supervisor Church being absent at this time. We have one scheduled matter, which is to receive an update on the Monterey County Water Resource Agency and Monterey One Water amended and restated water recycling agreement reconciliation process. We're going to go to Ara Ashdarian and Paul Shudo to lead us through that item.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I don't see our presentation here. It's on the other one?
You're in the driver's seat, Mr. Shudo.
Right here. How's that look?
And then if you
slideshow. Oh, there we go. Here we are.
And how do we, and then presentation. Should, I think, pop up there. There we go. Excellent. Very good. Thank you, supervisors. I also want to welcome Mr. Shudo from Monterey One Water and appreciate his willingness to come and present before you today. We were last before you all in August when GPP Analytics was presenting the findings of their financial audit of Monterey One Water. We've also done presentations to the agency's board of directors as well as the M1W board, both in August and then again recently as well as early as last night, so in front of the M1 board. We had committed at that time to check back, quarterly, and just with schedules and whatnot, it came into January. But we have been busy addressing not only issues that were raised by the audit itself, but as well other areas of the agreement and our agency's relationships, working relationships. So in August of last year, we executed a confidentiality agreement. We formed a leadership group that's comprised of the chair and vice chair and general managers of each entity, and we established technical working groups to help resolve some of the issues that are before us.
So that leadership group, as we're calling it, with the chairs and vice chair, on our end, it has been Tom Moore with Marina Coast Water District and Tyler Williamson with the City of Monterey. That is due to change as our board chair and vice chair are changing in February, but we'll continue the continuity of ours board members with Mike Labar and Matt Simas.
Yep.
So we do have some continuity with Tyler Williamson continuing on, and we'll know our vice chair soon thereafter.
Excellent.
Want to go next slide?
I think you're driving.
Uh-oh.
Is it down, maybe? Okay.
Is it just the arrow button?
Well, we can just speak to it then without the slides. So moving on, and in the interest of time, I got it. The current status of what we're referring to as our reconciliation process, again, with the leadership group formed in August, we started meeting in September. We've essentially met monthly ever since. The role of that group is to identify key issues and priorities, provide guidance to our technical teams, which are providing so much of the rolled up sleeve support, helping resolve staff differerences, and with the ultimate aim of developing recommendations for revisions to the now 10-year-old agreement, the amended and restated water recycling agreement. The technical groups, they have been meeting frequently, often sometimes weekly, certainly every other week. The primary focus, not surprisingly, given the genesis of this work, has been on the financial sections of the amended and restated agreement. And so that would be Section 7, which covers how payments are made by the Resources Agency to Monterey One Water. Section 8, which provides for the accounting systems and reports. And then a section in Section 9 that discusses how reserves will be held for the project's benefits. And so that's been the primary focus, and the reason we've been very focused on those sections right here and right now rather than the findings of the audit itself is because the audit itself captured a moment in time. It's written down. Of course, the work that we do is 24/7, 365, and recognizing that we continue to, be incurring costs, we wanted to ensure that the practices that we have in place today are sound. And so as we go through the revisions to these sections, and I anticipate, being able to bring red lines here within, probably in the April, May timeframe prior to the new fiscal year, what we have experienced and what we have seen is that practices already have begun to change. I mean, they started beginning to change in July, the very first month of the new fiscal year. And so this is really beginning to more formally memorialize how we want to do things going forward. We've also been venturing off into the operations a bit, and that work will expand because, of course, it's the operations and maintenance of the facilities that ultimately incur the costs. So I'll pause there.
So just in reference to Section 7 and 8 of the agreement, which is the ones we'll probably be bringing first, it talks about how the financing works and what reports go back to Water Resources Agency and everything. So those are substantially the same in the existing agreement as they have been for 27 years. So we are certainly updating them. I want to say thank you to both of our finance staffs. I think last time I was here, Monterey One Water was searching for a new CFO. We have a new CFO as well as a new controller, so we're starting to staff up in our finance department, which is really good, and it's been great working with Water Resources Agency staff as well. On the operations side of things, as you probably well know, the demands start decreasing in the October timeframe. We shut down for maintenance in December, which we did. We're actually starting to ramp back up already. So there's been a call for some water, and so we're trying to bring the system back online so we can provide some irrigation water to the farmers, hopefully in the next week or two. And then we'll see what the weather does to us after that. So it's been I think, good working relationship, not only obviously between R and myself, but our operations staff and finance staff and so on. So, and that we are committed to continue at least on a monthly basis. Could we move the slide forward, please?
Hey, there we go.
Look at that.
So with respect to wrapping up some of the key issues with respect to the financial pieces of it, you'll recall that the audit itself focused largely, in finding one focused largely on what was referred to as Exhibit J. And so we're sorting through the future of that approach to indirect costs. We're discussing capital improvement projects and how the inclusion or exclusion of those types of projects would affect indirect costs. We're discussing how to handle Monterey One Water's community outreach program. And so they have a robust program. I wish I had that program, but we're discussing how to handle those costs. And then, discussing this idea that how we resolve the application of indirect costs going forward, given the uncertainties around Exhibit J and the complexities around certain Exhibit J, may prove to be a good method for resolving finding one in the audit. With respect to reserves, we have one nuance here, and it really has to do with the Salinas Valley Reclamation Project and the fact that, notwithstanding the Resources Agency has essentially bought and paid for the facility, it is owned by Monterey One Water. And so we're sorting through kind of, how the reserve policy should be established, where the reserves should be held, and so forth. And so those are kind of the key issues that we'll be focusing on. We do have another leadership group meeting this Friday, and it will focus almost entirely probably on these issues.
And certainly the importance of reserves, as you can imagine, for a treatment facility that is close to 30 years old is there's a certain amount of renewal that has to happen. And some of the larger projects that we have facing us are on the electrical side of things, to the tune of close to $10 to $12 million to redo the electrical system, switchgear, everything for that facility. Absent that, well, and I'll relay that we had a failure at one of our pump stations recently electrically because it was older, and we were out of power for 2.5 weeks and we had to be on generator power. We certainly don't want to be in that position with SVRP in the middle of the growing season. So we're trying to be proactive and make sure the system can continue to work. But unfortunately, that is some large capital dollars because of that.
So looking ahead, I'm happy to report that the leadership group has set meetings at least through April of this year. Again, we're focusing on these financial sections with the goal of having those revisions approved ultimately by you all prior to the new fiscal year. We'll turn our attention more to the operations matters and as Paul indicated, continuing our efforts to improve the interagency communication. We've kicked around an idea of establishing a CSIP program manager to help bring all of these different efforts together and kind of oversee at that 50,000-foot level. And, also having discussions about considering improvements in, there's been a lot of questions over the years about source water supplies, distribution. Are there ways for us to improve the reporting and the oversight of all of that to improve kind of the sort of consumer confidence, if you will? And so we've been working through those ideas. I know M1 has been working on a new dashboard with the hopes of being able to better illustrate, what goes where when. But these are all, things to be coming. So we're just sort of previewing, issues down the road.
And I think one of the big things is just optimizing the system. It's an older system that was not necessarily designed and built as we're operating it now. We're trying to operate it now. One of those items is the time of use that ag water is requested. So historically, requests would come in, but they wouldn't necessarily, in reality, match up to those requests. So we've gone to an online version, a little website, where different growers can go, I would like water from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., and here's how much I need. What that allows us to do is balance the system better so we can get more water off the hill. If we can elongate that growing time frame, or irrigation time frame, then it can do a better job getting water out to all the growers. That, in conjunction with the hydraulic model that Water Resources Agency has been working on, that our data has been calibrating, I think we'll get more water out the door when it's needed. That's still to be seen, but I think the growers that are utilizing the system right now are accepting it, but it is new. I mean, this is brand new. As of like a year and a half ago. So we have some learning curve to get past.
And then also, is this commitment ongoing beyond, the revisions that we propose to make to the agreement? Just maintaining this cadence of staff meetings, staff communication, at least on a monthly basis, and maintaining this communication with this leadership group on a quarterly basis, and because a large part, I think, of what we're facing today is just an erosion of communication over the past few years, and so just trying to reestablish, strong lines of communication, and that leadership group kind of element, I think, adds, a very important characteristic.
Yeah, and I mean, specifically, R and I either see each other or get on a Zoom every 2 weeks. Our staff, our finance staff are getting on, well, right now, probably every 2 weeks. In the future, have committed to monthly, and it may be just a check-in. And then, as you mentioned, the leadership group, ongoing, just to make sure we have it throughout the hierarchy of the organization.
Yep. So that's the update on the reconciliation process. We thought while we were here, it would be fun to share a few of our 2024 successes. And so as Paul had indicated, and kudos to M1, because we all know how difficult recruitment is. They have engaged a new CFO and controller. So I know it's a big comfort to have that team in place. The 2024 CSIP irrigation season was another great success with record diversions from the Salinas River Diversion Facility. That accounted for about 1/3 of total deliveries and the avoidance of almost 7,700 acre-feet of groundwater pumping from the 1,8400 aquifer. So great success there. And we have good storage levels right now, so we anticipate a good 2025 season as well, notwithstanding the dry period we're in. And then as Paul had indicated, the improvement in the metering and monitoring system of the CSIP, the implementation of the water order system. But this also helps feed into this optimization effort. This is work that's being funded by the Salinas Valley Basin GSA. And so there is a bit of urgency to get this work completed because we're going to bump up against a grant deadline here. But we are at the place now where we can begin to explore, what sort of engineering solutions might there be that we could implement to improve, the deliveries within the CSIP area and therefore the protection of the 18400. And when we have that report, I'm sure we'll do a presentation for you all. And so that concludes our
slide,
update.
Please.
I think that's it.
I think there should be questions after that, but I don't need that.
Yeah.
He's just trying to elongate the time. You were doing so well on time frame. All right. Any questions from the dais? None here, none here. Supervisor Alejo, any questions or comments?
No, I just wanted to thank the collaborative spirit. I know it hasn't always been easy, but to have you both come here and have us make some progress on this, I think it's surely appreciated, and I certainly want to continue to encourage that relationship between both of our agencies. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the public, see if there's any public input. Invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom. Seeing no one via Zoom, no one in room, we'll close public comment and bring it back. I, too, want to commend you both for the progress that's been made over the last year, especially that success of 2024 slide, I think was important. And so I hope we continue down that path, look forward to continued progress and collaboration. I think we all depend on it. So thank you both for the presentation today. Looking at my colleagues, final chance. All right, hearing none, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we're going to recess and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that 4 of the 5 members are present, with Supervisor Church not with us at this time. We're going to go to other board matters, beginning with the referral matrix, and see if we have any new referrals to report this week.
No new referrals.
All right, with that, we're going to go to referral responses. Item 23 today is to consider a preliminary analysis report in response to board referral number 2024.16, seeking to establish on-site mental health services for children and families served at the Share Center. So we'll go ahead and send that to Elsa Jimenez, who I believe is joining us via Zoom for a brief presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. You were cutting off, Supervisor Lopez, so I don't know if it's on my end or your end. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, members of the public. Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department, here to co-jointly present with Director Rodericks. I presume he's in the audience.
He is sitting at the back, not running for the mic. So you're on, Elsa. Just kidding. He's coming forward.
Great. And I also have a few of my colleagues from behavioral health with me on Zoom this afternoon. So today we are here to present a preliminary response to board referral number 2024.16, which is seeking 2 things. The first, to assess whether or not we need to establish on-site mental health services for children and family that are being served at the Share Center. And secondly, which I will defer to my colleague, Director Franks, regarding any modifications to the Memorandum of Understanding between the county and the city of Salinas, and the coordination and communication and advance notice of those proposed changes. So I will speak to what we as a health department have been doing with respect to the first part of provision of mental health services on site. As you are aware, the Community Human Services is the recipient of the RFP for serving as the service provider at the Share Center. They are also one of our behavioral health providers that is contracted with us to provide specialty mental health services in the community. Our health department staff, specifically our Assistant Director of Behavioral Health, working out of class, Fabricio Chombo, has been in communication with leadership at CHS to really better understand what they are seeing with respect to clients that are assessed at the time of entry into the Share Center, and what actions they're taking if they do identify that the individuals could use additional supports in the area of mental health and/or substance use disorder services. So all individuals at the time of intake are assessed, And if this need is identified, what CHS is doing now is they are referring them to off-site contracted providers. It could be themselves, it could be any of our other behavioral health contracted providers, to be able to receive those services. If transportation is a challenge or a barrier, that transportation is provided by CHS. They are actually in the process of going back and further reviewing to determine the extent of how many individuals have needed that service, how many have been linked and referred, how many have kept those appointments, where on the spectrum are they? Are they more in the mild to moderate or more in the severe? And so once they gather that additional data, they are going to be circling back with us, specifically our behavioral health team, to determine what are most appropriate next steps. In addition to referring individuals who are on the moderate to severe spectrum to any of our behavioral health contracted providers, we also have Central California Alliance for Health mental health providers that can be referred to, the clients can be referred to their primary care clinic sites or any of those independent contracted providers for those individuals that are on the lower end of the spectrum. As I mentioned, right now, according to CHS, individuals are being referred and connected, and more data is being gathered so that we can have a more thoughtful discussion about whether or not there is a need for us to work with CHS and with Central California Alliance for Health and perhaps others to determine what the best solution would be if we needed to provide on-site mental health services. I will also add that telehealth could be an option that could be explored, as well as perhaps revisiting our contract with them if we needed to provide those services on site, and also maybe establishing more of a connection between CHS and Central California Alliance for Health for those individuals on the lower end of the spectrum. At this point, for the health, from the health side, we do think that we could come back to the board sometime in March with an update to what we have learned from the assessment that's being conducted by CHS. I don't know if there's any questions on that, or if I could just hand it over to my colleague,
Let's go
Director
ahead and
Franks,
go over to Director Franks.
Lopez and Supervisors, Roderick Franks, Director of Social Services. Yes, in looking at the component of the referral requesting that the board be notified prior to any expected change with the provider of the share center or any significant concerns, and would the current MOU with the City of Salinas need to be modified to accommodate that? After really taking a close look with the assistance of County Council at the current MOU, we believe that we can accomplish the goals of informing the board in a timely manner if there were any indications of a need for a change of provider, if the provider indicated that they were interested in terminating the current agreements that they have as operators of the share center with the city and with the county, and if there were any other significant concerns that were found to be at the share center that would require the board's attention. We could certainly do that by first initiating through the committee process, getting the guidance from the health, human, I can't remember how many H's are in the committee now. I think there were 3 and now there's 4.
Yeah.
We're back to 4. Getting the guidance to the committee and then coming to the full board for their consideration as well. In regards to reporting on certain data that the referral indicates that the board would be interested in knowing, the current agreement that we have with the operator of the share center indicates that they are required to give an annual report to the county board to be held at a public meeting of the board's choice. And there are a certain number of minimum data points that are required to be presented in that report. I can go through those just generally. They're a summary of all the clients, the percentage of unsheltered individuals who have been placed at the share center and subsequently entered permanent housing, the number and percentage of individuals connected to or maintaining enrollment in any benefit type, referral origin for persons at the share center, and a number of other data points as well. That's a minimum. So we are certainly more than willing to comply with the agreement and assist the operator of the share center to ensure that they contact the board to secure a public meeting to discuss their annual report. We believe that both of these items can be accomplished without amending the current MOU. And partly that was decided because opening up the MOU for amendment would require probably extensive conversations with the City of Salinas and ultimately an agreement on a new MOU that the city would also be agreeable to. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Alejo.
So since this is my referral and since Roderick is there, if there's another way to do it, like a side letter to the MOU, I'm open to that.
Okay.
All I want to do is avoid when you're gone, when maybe some of us are gone, that we don't have a repeat of what happened this last year, right? I hope homeless community, the provider, what is it? Human Services.
Community Human Services.
Community Human Services, because there's another agency with a similar name. I hope they stay a long time, right? Because I think that not having continuity and getting staff trained and building the trust is important. But if there is a change, I did read the agreement, and the agreement was crafted when we had no share center. So it's all focused on hiring a provider, not having a successor provider take over. And issues came up to attention of staff. Staff made decisions. By the time it went to the council, it was far in the process where the current provider already made a decision to leave and not want the contract. By the time it came to the board, it was many months later, from April through August. It came to the board's attention, to my attention, and we were just ratifying everything that already happened. I want to avoid that. I want to avoid early on when issues come up, and if there's a provider that's thinking about leaving, that it comes to attention of the city council and the board as the governing bodies. That seems like a simple request. And if it's not in the MOU, a side letter just saying that in the future, the council, the board of supervisors will be notified and involved earlier on rather than staff having discussions that we're not aware of, and we only come at the very end when it's too late to perhaps save a relationship that we had, to address the issues that they were bringing up. On the reporting side, what I thought that was important, not only to know, for the board to know when they ask, how many people did we serve at the Share Center? How many kids and families stayed there? We should know clearly every year. That's an easy number. Number two was the other component that I think was more difficult, which was the rapid rehousing. Those that are staying at the Share Center, how many did we get into permanent housing? There should be some transparency there, and Box had really good numbers, 75, 80, 85%. I just want to make sure that those numbers come back to us so that it remains a top priority. And I'll give you this. I've been in touch with some of the clients there. There's a client who's been there like 8, 10 months. He's working. I said, have you been offered rapid rehousing? He's like, no, I've been here this whole time. So there's some able working residents staying there for many months that just haven't been transitioned. And so I want to raise those too, because everybody that we can get into housing, the money is there, the rapid rehousing funding is there, the staff is there. I want to make sure that people that could move on and get into permanent housing do that. There is possible time, which would also free up space for others wanting to stay at the Share Center. So those and these are real examples that come to me that I want to make sure that we're addressing better in the future. The first point, which Elsa addressed, I want my board and Supervisor Daniels to know that that wasn't my recommendation. It was from Jamie Almanza, who is the Executive Director of the Bay Area Community Services. When all this came to my attention, I had a one-on-one with her. She let me know all the issues that went on where it couldn't save the relationship. But one of her recommendations, she made several, but one goes, we should have the mental health, behavioral health services at the shelter. Why we don't have it? If there's one thing, Luis, make sure we get that on. And it doesn't have to be on site. If Elsa thinks it's better to make sure as part of their intake process and their caseworker staffing is to connect them with those resources, so be it. But I just want it to be part of the program where we're connecting every child or every adult that needs it, that's eligible, with those mental health and behavioral health services. So I'm open to that. I just want to make sure that we're addressing those perspectives that were there from our previous provider. So that's why I just wanted to know where that came from, and I just want to make sure that it's accomplished in some way.
Supervisor Daniels, any thoughts? Supervisor Askew, any thoughts? All right, let's go out to the public on this one. 1 second, I open public comment. I see nobody here, no hands via Zoom. We'll close public comment, we'll bring it back. Back to you, Rod.
Thank you, Chair. To respond to Supervisor Leo's comments, just briefly, yes, the transition to permanent housing from the shelter is one of the required data points, so we'll make sure that that number is there. We can certainly look at other metrics to see how effective the rapid rehousing efforts are actually being, because these data points that are in the agreement are indicated to be a minimum, not all that we could ask the operator to report on. In fact, I have our community affiliations manager, John Gill, as he's walking up, I think he just received some new data on some of the rehousing efforts that have been done. This might be a good time to share that.
All right.
Yeah, and then I was thinking too, if we are coming back in March, we could certainly look at creating a side agreement with the operator indicating maybe certain timelines about how much notice they would need to give to the board. So we would have the time to actually go through our process to give you proper notice through the committee process and then to the board. So we will certainly take a look at that as well. The city and the county each have separate agreements with the provider and the operator. So I think that is something that we can certainly take a look at doing as well. John?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. We, with the provider as well as the city, we have ongoing meetings with operations, finance, and so forth. And the last meeting, they shared that there was 19 exits from the share center. And I think a large percentage, I don't know the exact number, 15 or so, were positive exits. A few went to families and others just didn't come back. But there is an effort being made. There's also been a reevaluation of their case managers and which ones are truly effective with certain type of people and which ones aren't, and making a shift when needed. There's also an observation of which case managers are a little bit more aggressive with the recipient, and it is being effective. So then, you know, besides managing caseloads, to not overload one case manager more than the other, all these different things are being looked at, and definitely, like Director Franks mentioned, with the city, we do have a partnership, and we're equal in providing the funding, looking at the operations, and monitoring the performance. So like I said, it's an ongoing effort that's being done between the city and the county, and working with the Community Homeland Services.
Mr. Gill, I would only say, though, it's hard to measure just that number. We looked at the first 2 years of box of the rapid rehousing. First year, 75% of eligible persons were put in permanent housing. Second year was like 85%. It was pretty remarkable, and that's where when we evaluate, we want to make sure that our board expresses to our provider, we need to have similar achievements, right? It is possible. If one provider could do it, the staff need the right training, they need to hire the right kind of staff. And even Box, when they left, they said, we asked, is there any other, would you be willing to do other services? Said, we probably could continue the rapid rehousing. So if one agency is not doing right, could we contract with another agency that is good at it to continue that piece? And that's where I'm saying, let's not settle for less, or they're barely learning, or they're not the right set. We have to ask that we could achieve the same goals as a previous provider, not less, because then we know we're not fully carrying out the work that is possible as proven by the previous provider. That's all I'm saying. And that's why I want to be able to track that yearly to say, how are they doing? And if they don't have the right staff to do it, who else is out there that may be able to do it better? That's all I want to keep that challenge out there, because our community wants us to show that we are making significant progress and getting folks at the Share Center into that permanent housing.
Very much appreciate your comments, Supervisor. We are spending a lot of time with this operator as a new operator, trying to nurture their progress and really assist them in any way that we can. As far as our agreement with the operator, their performance objectives are exactly the same as we had in the agreement with BACS. So we do not see any way that we should lower our standards at all because we are working with a new operator.
All right. Seeing no other questions or comments from the dais, well, thank you for the presentation. I look forward to the next report. Much appreciated. With that, we're going to go to item 24, our CAO comments.
Do want to take the time, since Roderick and John are both here, to say thank you for the work that you both do, really for our folks. Every time we have an evacuation and we have to shelter people, your folks are always on top of it and responsive. So I just wanted to make sure, since you happen to be in the room, to thank you both truly, because we know you have it handled along with your team. So again, just very grateful for the work that you both do. In addition to that, I did want to just express my gratitude also for the diligence of our health team, in particular our Environmental Health Bureau, and the partnership that they have with the state as they're going through in the remediation efforts related to the Moss Landing battery storage facility plan, and really taking in all the data that's being made available from different resources and trying to decipher that data, and then in turn work to provide additional health information to our community. We are working with San Jose State University and the information that they've provided, and making sure that we have that raw data to be able to review a little deeper. But in addition to that, we are working with our public information officer, both Nick Pasculi and Karen Smith and their teams, to ensure that the public receives information timely of any concerns they may have of the information as it comes forward. So just know it's going to be an ongoing process, more to come, but just wanted to, again, thank our teams for the work that they're doing as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to board member comments. I'm going to start on my right. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, for sure. I have a handful of just updates and comments, and I know we are it's been a long day, but I do want to acknowledge the incredible work that so many of our community members put into organizing the Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration events this last weekend. There were events in Salinas with a march. There were events in Marina that were new. Hundreds of people turned out for the march that Seaside does every year. Was just filled the entire street, and the Oldemire Center overflowing. And it takes a lot of work to organize those things and for people to show up, but my goodness, did our community show up this year. So thank you to everyone for making that a priority. Also want to just acknowledge, I had the honor of, last week we adopted a resolution for Ruth Andreessen, honoring her life and legacy and her story, and I had the honor of presenting that to her grandson. But as part of that, it was the Salinas Women's Club, and they shared so many more stories about her legacy and her history. And it was especially striking to realize the stories that we tell determine sort of what our history looks like, and the history that we know, and who tells the stories so often determines what stories get told and what history then becomes history. So I just want to thank the Salinas Women's Club for choosing to uplift and tell the story of such a prominent woman in our community here. I learned so much about her role at Moss Landing and beyond. So thank you for that. District 4 is co-hosting with the Monterey County Behavioral Health a listening session for the larger community. We're going to be on Zoom on February 5th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. I think others are going to be in person, but you're welcome to join us online and share your thoughts about what kinds of behavioral health services are needed in our county and in our district. And then on January 29th at 5 p.m. at the East Garrison Fire Station, our Monterey County Free Libraries will be meeting with residents to talk about an update on the East Garrison Library. And just a general reminder for everyone, as we get bombarded with news and updates and information, that it is so important to make that 15 minutes a day or whatever it needs to be to take care of yourself. Sit in the sun, talk to a friend, reach out for help if you need it. But there's a lot coming at us, and we've got to figure out how to prioritize making sure that we're taking care of ourselves and those around us. So just a quick reminder for myself and those around me that we got to look out for each other and look out for ourselves right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. We'll go to Kate.
Thank you. A quick shout out to my chief of staff, Kimberly, who's sending me all the things we've done, because I was at a complete blank, forgetting again that, this was a part of our agenda. I do want to say that it's been like drinking from the fire hose the first 2 weeks, joining all of you with the Moss Landing incident happening at the same time. It's hard to remember sort of where we are at all times, but we did have a really successful Carmel Highlands community meeting where one of the big takeaways was the potential starting a new Firewise community in the Carmel Highlands, and we had a very successful Firewise meeting in Carmel Valley with 266 people attending. There were about 50 people at the Carmel Highlands meeting where we talked about a range of issues, but in particular fuel mitigation and Point Lobos and visitation and all sorts of other things, undergrounding. But the Firewise community meeting in Carmel Valley is available online. We'll post it on our Facebook page because it included even a visit from the insurance commissioner's office to talk about insurance challenges that folks are having and how to move forward. And then this Friday, just continuing our outreach in the community and trying to just get a head start on tackling all the issues that folks brought to me along the campaign trail and over the many years. We're going to meet with the Paso Hondo community and go over the challenges that they've had flooding in their neighborhood and bring my team up to speed so we can start working with the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District and the Monterey Regional Park District and the Water Resources agencies to hopefully address over the time that I'm in office this big challenge of flooding. So thank you so much. And I did also get to go to Seaside's Martin Luther King Day March, and it was tremendous. It was really wonderful to see. And I was marching with people who've been marching for many, many years, the very same march. So it was neat to be there. And yeah, moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. I'll share that tomorrow night I'll be working with Mayor Ana Velasquez of Soledad to co-host along with the Watsonville Law Center a Know Your Rights presentation in Soledad at the Community Center starting at 5:30. If anybody wants to come out and learn a little bit about what your rights are, there will be, as I count them so far, 8 more throughout my district over the next couple weeks. And so I want to make sure that folks are aware of those. We'll continue to promote them. Tomorrow as well, I'll be joining the City of King for their State of the City address and want to thank Mayor Mike LaBarre for putting that on. Then obviously Thursday is the CPUC meeting that I talked about where we will hopefully get good news. We're going to be pushing for that project to the very end. And lastly, I want to share that I had the honor last week of speaking to the entire staff at Hartnell College. The comments got turned a little bit based on, my comments turned a little bit based on what we were all experiencing at the time and continue to experience to this day. But I saw a quote this morning that just has stuck with me, and it is, in a world that is driven or informed by misinformation, education is the best form of resistance. And so I want to thank all those folks at Hartnell who invited me to share thoughts and comments with them as we continue to work towards the hope that our community has carried for so many generations. I know I've shared repeatedly, my father came here at 13 and started kindergarten, ended up graduating high school a year early and getting a full ride, and that education is what allowed me to have all the opportunities I've had in life and got me to a point where I was elected by my community to serve. And it's an honor to serve, but I know that I have to drop down ladders as I do that, and it's why we create programs and reach out to our students in our community to give them the leg up that they deserve. Got great news today that one of those young men that I've helped mentor just got into Johns Hopkins University. He'll be going back for a master's, so congratulate him. But continue to educate, continue to shed light, continue to shed hope, because that's how we lift each other up. So thank you all. And with that, I'm going to turn to our council and see if there's anything to report out of closed session for either of our boards today.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lopez. No reportable items for the County Board of Supervisors or the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors.
And with that, we're adjourning the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency at, I lost my time, 5:09. Thank you.